Early sunlight spilled across the estate, stirring the world awake. In the Fu family gardens, leaves unfurled toward the gold, every plant reaching for its most elegant pose. Behind the main house, a new two-story duplex had been built. It was a scaled-down reflection of the main residence, clean lines, quiet luxury, nothing ostentatious. The ground floor held a full medical team and cutting-edge equipment. The second floor was where Yunshu slept. She lay in the center of the master bedroom, still and peaceful, lost in her coma. Along one wall sat a narrow single bed that was Fu Huaishan's from the moment Yunshu collapsed. He'd stayed day and night. Two top nursing specialists were on staff, but their work barely mattered next to his. Only when his body gave out completely would he sink onto that small mattress. More often, he propped himself against her headboard, closing his eyes for minutes at a time. He just wanted to be closer. To feel her presence. His dark eyes opened slowly. The haze cleared fast, focusing on the larger bed. The sight of her still form, the ice in his expression softened. He crossed the room, bent low, and whispered, "Good morning, wife." The words came out feather gentle, soaked in adoration. He straightened and walked into the bathroom. After washing up, he filled a basin with warm water, wet a towel, and wrung it out. Back at the bedside, he settled onto the mattress edge and began wiping her body with meticulous care. Every pass of the towel was as reverent as polishing a priceless treasure. Months of this devotion had healed every wound on her arms and legs without a single scar. He applied scar cream daily, never skipping. A soft knock broke the silence. The door eased open. The nurse stepped inside. "Good morning, Master Fu," she murmured, keeping her voice low. Seeing him clean Yunshu's face didn't faze her. She'd grown accustomed to it. She'd been at the Fu estate close to a year now. Hired as a nurse, her actual workload bordered on embarrassing. This man had learned every nursing technique himself. If he had even a free moment, he insisted on handling her care personally. Some days, cashing her paycheck stung with guilt. Once the wipe down was done, he smoothed moisturizer into her skin with the same precision. Then he pressed a feather-light kiss to her forehead. "Wife, I'll come back to you after the meeting," he said, voice barely above a breath. He rose and turned to the nurse, tone turning calm and direct. "When you massage her later, focus on the right arm. There's swelling near the elbow." "Yes, Master Fu." The nurse checked immediately. A faint puffiness, barely half the size of her palm, marred Yunshu's arm. She couldn't help the jolt of wonder. This man noticed everything. The smallest change. He must love his wife beyond reason. In all her years, she'd never seen a husband like this. Usually, long-term illness wore partners down. Initial distress, a few days of hands-on care, then slow withdrawal until only the nurses remained. But nearly a year in, Fu Huaishan hadn't shown a flicker of impatience. His care and presence had only intensified. After confirming the instructions, he turned and left the room. Li Jun waited in the corridor as Fu Huaishan emerged. He stepped forward and handed over documents, the day's meeting agenda, every work commitment itemized. Since Yunshu's accident, Fu Huaishan had barely set foot near the company's towers, but running a multinational conglomerate didn't pause for personal grief. After careful thought, he'd moved her to the estate and assembled a medical team on par with any hospital. ensuring she got the best recovery environment possible. He'd also shifted his office back to the main house. Now he handled most business from home. If executive meetings were required, the top brass drove out to the estate. To avoid disturbing her rest, he transformed the garden where they used to walk together into that small, elegant duplex. This way, the moment work ended, he could reach her in seconds. Huaishan flipped through the documents as he strode toward the main building, Li Jun at his heels. They entered what had once been a private study, now converted into a conference room. Every senior executive was already seated. The Fu family estate lay cloaked in heavy silence. Inside the ancestral hall, Master Fu knelt on both knees before the altar, forehead nearly touching the old wooden floor. His hands were clasped tight, and he murmured desperate prayers to the tablets of his ancestors. Ancestors of the Fu house, please shield that child, Yun Shu. His voice scraped, raw tears brimmed, blurring his sight. Nearly a year, and she still hadn't woken. The not knowing carved at him from the inside out. He came here without fail, every single day, begging for a miracle, that Yun Shu would open her eyes soon. The attendant stood a respectful step behind him, his own heart clenching at the sight of the old man's gaunt figure and sunken spirit. Yun Shu's coma hadn't just drained Master Fu.it had wrapped the whole Fu family in shadow. Master, the attendant said softly, the ancestors will surely protect the young mistress. Please, you must take care of yourself. A long, shuddering sigh escaped the old man. A servant rushed forward to steady him. Is Huaishan still the same? Old Master Fu asked. Yes, sir. The young master hasn't come out of his study at Jingyuan. Has cancelled everything, social engagements, business trips. The doctors are still searching around the clock, the servant reported. Old Master Fu nodded and said nothing more. Fu Huaishan's meeting had dragged on for nearly 2 hours. The second he stepped out of the conference room, the bodyguard was right there. Young master. It's Xiao Bai, you need to come. His voice was tight, urgency carved into his face. What happened? Fu Huaishan was already moving, long strides cutting toward the stables. I checked on him earlier. The vet tried to get an 4 in, but he completely lost it. It's bad. They're afraid to sedate him. Ever since the day Xiao Bai broke loose from the stable to find Yun Shu, and she scolded him for it, he'd stopped eating and drinking. By the time Yun Shu's accident happened, Xiao Bai was already near death. The vets pulled an all-nighter and managed to save him, but he still refused to eat. In the days that followed, Xiao Bai sank into a deep depression, every trace of his old fire gone. Nobody had told him about Yun Shu's condition. Somehow, he seemed to know anyway. Fu Huaishan flew in the best equine vets. He tried every trick in the book to get the horse to eat. Nothing worked. Xiao Bai's weight dropped fast. The animal, once hundreds of pounds of muscle and grace, was now a skeleton draped in skin. It hurt just to look at him. The bodyguard had spent over a month in the hospital himself. The moment he was well enough, he took over Xiao Bai's care. He couldn't do anything to help Yun Shu, but he was damn well going to make sure Xiao Bai recovered. Every glimpse of the horse's pitiful condition sent fresh guilt flooding through him. He'd replayed that day 1,000 times. If he could rewind time, if only he could, he'd trade his life for Yun Shu's safety without a second's hesitation. Anything. anything but seeing her lying unconscious and Xiao Bai starving himself to death. They reached the stable fast. The vets and stable hands clustered outside the stall, their faces drawn and pale. Inside, Xiao Bai's labored breathing echoed, punctuated by restless, anxious sounds. Young master. Young master. Everyone stepped back as Fu Huaishan strode in. Inside the stall, Xiao Bai's once white coat was filthy, matted with straw and dried mud. He lay limp on a bed of hay, too weak to stand still, his hooves kept striking over and over, each movement sapping what little strength he had left, each one followed by a harsh, rattling breath. His sides heaved, fast and strained, like a broken bellows. Young master, Xiao Bai's at his limit. Is extremely weak and unstable, the vet said, voice heavy. We tried to get close, but every time we enter, he slams his head against the wall. If we sedate him, it might calm him temporarily, but his body could reject it. He might not. The vet trailed off. Fu Huaishan understood. The horse could die on the spot. His jaw tightened. His already gaunt face went cold. Xiao Bai was family to Yunshu. She went down, and he stopped eating. That kind of fierce, unwavering devotion, it was gutting. Fu Huaishan shrugged off his suit jacket. The bodyguard took it. Then he stepped into the stall. Xiao Bai couldn't lift his head, but the instant he sensed someone moving close, he started to throw it back, aiming for the wall. Fu Huaishan lunged forward and caught his head, holding it steady. Xiao Bai. It's me. That low, cold voice cut through the stall. The struggling horse stilled, his mouth fell open, panting hard. Fu Huaishan lowered himself to the stable floor, still cradling Xiao Bai's head. When the horse stopped trying to hurt himself, he freed one hand and stroked his flank, the exact same way Yunshu used to do when they were playing. Xiao Bai, be good, okay? You have to eat. If Yuna comes back and finds out you've been misbehaving, she's going to be furious, and I won't cover for you. He paused, his voice dropping low. Lately, I keep feeling like she's close, like she's about to open her eyes. What do you think she's going to do when she sees you like this? He kept stroking him, kept talking. Little by little, Xiao Bai stopped kicking. He hung his head, listening. When the horse finally went still, Fu Huaishan signaled the vet. The vet approached and started the ford. This time, Xiao Bai didn't fight it. Fu Huaishan stayed on the floor with him until both 4 bags ran dry. Only then did he stand. Just as he did, a stable hand stepped in and laid fresh hay in Xiao Bai's trough. The horse caught the sweet scent. He strained his neck, tongue reaching for the hay. Fu Huaishan saw it. He bent down, scooped up a handful of hay, and held it to Xiao Bai's mouth. Eat. Xiao Bai understood. He looked at the hay in Fu Huaishan's hand, then opened his mouth and took it gently. He chewed slowly, his movements sluggish, but he was eating. Every person in that stable stared in disbelief. An hour ago, Xiao Bai had been frantic. No one could get near him, let alone get him to eat. But a few words from Fu Huaishan, and the little white horse had calmed. Now he was eating. That kind of loyalty, and no wonder Yunshu loved him so fiercely. Xiao Bai hadn't eaten in a long time, and his appetite was still tiny. After 2 handfuls, he refused more. The vet explained that was normal. His system needed time to come back, and small, frequent meals would help him regain his appetite. So in the days that followed, at every mealtime, The bodyguard appeared at the stable that he would talk to Xiao Bai, then scoop up hay with his bare hands and feed him. Thud, thud. Each impact echoed, muffled, through the endless black. Yunshu threw herself against the invisible wall. Again and again. Every time, it slammed her back without mercy. She'd lost track of how long she'd been doing this. The moment she understood that the medal was her only path back to the 21st century, she'd return to this tunneled moon sun. Just a void stretching in every direction, bottomless and silent, but she knew one truth: if she could break through this barrier and follow the path beyond, she'd get home, back to Huaishan. She shoved herself up from the nothingness that passed for ground, dragged in a breath, and charged with everything she had. Thud, thud. The dark swallowed the sounds. The wall didn't budge. Time blurred. She was so tired her body was wrecked. Every collision felt like bones splintering. Still, she kept going. More impacts. She let herself close her eyes, just for a second. The darkness pulled her under before she could resist. She drifted upward. Weightless. Looking down, she saw herself still there below, still throwing her body at the wall, over and over, her hands clenched. Nails bit into palms. She felt nothing. No, she ground her teeth. Don't stop. Don't you dare rest. She jolted awake. Her eyes flew open. Her body snapped upright, coiled to charge again. But the moment she lifted her leg, a voice exploded in her ear, ancient, resonant, like a temple bell. "Little girl, aren't you afraid of the pain?" Yunshu flinched and spun, scanning the blackness. Nothing. Only void. She steadied her breath. "No," she said, voice even. "For the man I love, I'll throw myself at that wall until I break through." A booming laugh answered. "Ha, this one's got fire, tough as iron." Other voices stirred in the dark. Some praised her, some sighed with warmth, some hummed approval. "Truly, a good child. Our descendants are blessed to have someone like her." Descendants. Something clicked in Yunshu's chest. Who were they? The first voice sobered before she could chase the thought. "Since you're not afraid, little girl, then break through." Before she could react, her body lifted. An invisible force seized her. Countless hands pressed against her back, shoving her forward, hurtling her straight at the wall. And this time, a miracle. She passed through. She landed in a space she'd never seen. Before she could catch her breath, a storm of blinding light slashed at her like razor blades. Every touch was agony. Her cells screamed. Her body felt like it was being ripped apart and set on fire at once. Yunshu didn't fall. She locked her jaw, dodged the searing streaks, and wove through the onslaught like a swallow cutting through a thunderstorm. She ran straight for the brightness ahead. Behind the wall, shadowed figures watched in silence. When they saw her brave the light and sprint toward the glow, approval filled their eyes. Just as she reached the light, boom! A wave of pure white crashed over her, drowning everything in perfect brilliance. The darkness vanished. On an ornate European-style bed, Yunshu slowly opened her eyes. Her lashes fluttered against her lower lids, delicate as butterfly wings. Sunlight stabbed into her pupils. She squeezed her eyes shut. A long moment passed before she adjusted and opened them again. She looked around. The room was arranged like a master suite. Across from her, Fu Huaishan's suit jacket hung neatly on a rack. A wave of joy surged through her. So fierce it stole her breath. She made it. She was back. She wasn't 01 anymore. She was Yunshu. Fu Huaishan's Yunshu. Her gaze drifted to the oxygen mask on her face. To the machines humming quietly around the bed. She tried to lift her hand and pull the mask off. The motion should have been simple. It felt impossible. Her hand shook uncontrollably. She barely grazed the edge of the mask before her arm gave out. On the second try, she hooked her fingers around it and tugged it free. A ragged gasp tore from her throat. Fresh air. It had been so long. Her joints cracked loudly, stiff and protesting. Yunshu frowned. How long have I been lying here? Her limbs were rigid, useless. Her entire body felt soft and drained. She had strength inside her, but her muscles refused to listen. Too long in that bed movement, her muscles had atrophied. Her joints locked up. That was why her limbs felt so heavy, why her body wouldn't obey. She'd been resting for a while. Then Yunshu slowly pushed herself upright. Her fingers had just brushed the wires taped to her chest when the door swung open. A nurse stepped in, massage kit in hand, and froze. The woman on the bed was awake. The same woman the doctors had said would never open her eyes again. And now she was sitting up on her own. The nurse's first instinct was to yell, but Yunshu's eyes found her, and she breathed out, "Don't shout, come, help me." Every syllable scraped like sandpaper through her throat. The nurse rushed forward. "Oh yes, of course, what do you need?" Yunshu pointed at the monitoring wires and swallowed hard. "Take these off, not comfortable." "I can't. Let me get the doctor first. It might not be safe to remove them yet." She didn't dare do it on her own. Yunshu had been in a vegetative state for so long, one wrong move could be catastrophic. Yunshu gave a shallow nod. She understood. Then she asked, "Fu Huaishan, where is he?" "He's in a meeting in the main building. I'll go tell him right now, please. Just lie back and wait." The nurse tried to ease her down. Yunshu waved her off. "No, I want to sit." Lying flat made her feel worse. She gestured toward the phone on the side table. "I'll call him. Get the doctor." All right. The nurse practically pressed the phone into her palm. The instant Yunshu started dialing, the nurse bolted out of the room. She nearly collided with Luo Juncheng in the hallway. He caught her arm. "What happened? Why are you running?" She's awake," the nurse gasped. Luo Juncheng stared. "What? Ms. awake, I need the doctor." Before she finished the sentence, Luo Juncheng was already sprinting down the hall. "I'll get the doctor, you stay with her." "Okay." Inside the room, the call connected. The conference room was thick with tension as executives delivered final evaluations for the conglomerate's next year strategy. A phone rang. His phone. Fu Huaishan never left his ringer on during meetings. Not until Yunshu came into his life. And he hadn't silenced it since. He saw the caller ID, her room number, and his chest locked tight. He hit answer. "Yes. What's wrong?" His voice cracked, thin with worry. "Husband." Time stopped. Fu Huaishan went rigid. He stared at the screen of his laptop, completely paralyzed, like a virus had seized every neural pathway in his brain. "Husband, are you there?" That ragged whisper again. He snapped free. "Yes, Yunshu, I'm right here." Before the words fully left his mouth, He was on his feet, striding for the door behind him. The executives traded bewildered looks. Once he hit the hallway, he ran. Shu Zongyuan fell in behind him immediately. There was only one person on the planet who could make the man move like that. Fu Huaishan never hung up. She could hear the pounding of his footsteps through the phone, and she tried to tell him not to rush, but her throat was too dry, too raw. Every attempt came out as another broken breath. Hearing her struggle only drove him harder. He pushed his speed to its absolute limit. The annex was close to the main building. He made it in just under 3 minutes. By the time he reached the second-floor bedroom, the doctors were already inside. Luo Juncheng stood guard. Fu Huaishan didn't slow. He charged through the door, and there she was, Yun Shu, in a white lounge set, propped against the headboard. Her face was bare and pale, her striking features fragile, and her eyes were locked on the doorway. The moment she saw him, those eyes lit up, pure, unfiltered joy. Their gazes met across the room, a reunion long overdue. A quiet smile touched her lips, and without realizing it, tears slipped down her cheeks. The sight knifed straight through him. In 3 long strides, he was at her bedside. "Sir. Sir." The greetings from the doctors and nurses went ignored. His entire world had narrowed to her. "Yun Shu." His voice was low and unsteady. Her eyes still shimmered. She nodded, as if to confirm it for him. "Husband, I'm back." The doctor cleared his throat, confirmed she was out of immediate danger, and discreetly ushered everyone out of the room. Fu Huaishan's chest still heaved from the sprint, but his eyes were wet with something else entirely: joyous, sheer, overwhelming relief. She was back. His whole world was back. Then, in the very next heartbeat, something dark rose in his gaze. He leaned down, bracing his hands on either side of her, and brushed his lips softly over hers. A feather of a kiss. There and gone. His eyes never left her face, as if he was afraid she'd vanish the second he blinked. "Yun Shu, is this real?" He'd had too many dreams exactly like this, and he was terrified that any moment now, he'd wake up to find her gone all over again. Yun Shu's heart clenched. Now that she was really looking, she could see it. Fu Huaishan looked so fragile she was afraid he might shatter if she touched him. She gathered what little strength she had, pushed herself up, and pressed her lips to his. She didn't stop at a soft kiss. She deepened it, fierce and demanding, pushing into that cold, guarded mouth. The second her familiar sweetness registered, his body locked tight. He let her kiss him, frozen. Yun Shu wanted to keep going, but her body was too weak. Just before she pulled back, she caught his lower lip between her teeth and bit down, gentle but deliberate. Then her strength gave out completely and she collapsed backward. Fu Huaishan's face went pale. His hand shot out, catching her before her head could hit the wall behind her. "Husband, do you believe me now, that it's really me?" Her voice came in ragged bursts, her chest heaving. "I believe you. I believe you. Where does it hurt? Tell me where you're hurting." His voice was tight, strained with fear. She shook her head. She had nothing left to give. "Doctor, get in here." Fu Huaishan shouted toward the door without looking away from her. The medical team had been stationed right outside. They rushed in immediately. "Check her. She's in pain. Move fast. Take a breath, Mr. Fu. Let us do our jobs." The lead doctor signaled, and the nurses began running tests. After a thorough examination, they removed most of the monitoring equipment. How is she? How's my wife? Why was she struggling to breathe? What caused that level of distress? Fu Huaishan's lips pressed into a hard line, his dark eyes blazing with barely contained panic. The lead doctor turned to face him, expression lit with cautious excitement. Mr. Fu, your wife's vitals have all returned to normal. The fact that she woke up at all is a miracle. His voice carried genuine awe. Every specialist, both Western and Eastern medicine, had agreed on her prognosis. A patient in a vegetative state with no realistic hope of recovery, but she was awake now, and her body had healed itself. There was only one word for what had happened: miracle. The labored breathing, the difficulty speaking, the overall weakness. That's from extended bed rest. Some basic functions need time to come back online. Once she starts rehab, she'll be fine. The doctor's tone was calm and reassuring. Just remember, recovery has to happen in stages. Don't push her too fast, she needs rest. Fu Huaishan filed every word away. Understood. Yun Shu watched him, then reached out and took his hand. When his eyes met hers, she gave him a faint smile. The wire stretched taut inside his mind finally loosened. His wife was really back. The doctors excused themselves again, tactful as always. Fu Huaishan sat on the edge of the bed, his gaze locked on her. After a long pause, the worry still bled through. Besides the trouble speaking, is anything else wrong? She shook her head. Headache? Another shake. Dizzy? She shook her head again before he could fire off a fourth question. She forced her voice out, her throat aching raw. Fu Huaishan. I'm fine. Don't worry. Okay. He reached out and carefully pulled her into his arms. For a moment, their heartbeats seemed to align. A heavy knock shattered the quiet. A few seconds later, Master Fu strode in. He'd gotten the news shortly after Fu Huaishan had. The moment he saw Yun Shu sitting upright, his eyes went red. Fu Huaishan moved fast to steady him. Grandpa, cough, cough. She tried to greet him, but the effort set off a coughing fit. Master Fu hadn't even sat down yet. He bellowed toward the door. Someone get in here. My granddaughter-in-law is coughing. She's in distress. Grandpa, she's fine. She was bedridden a long time. Her body needs time to bounce back. The doctors already cleared her, Fu Huaishan said. The old man narrowed his eyes. You're sure? I'm sure. Master Fu looked at Yun Shu. She nodded. That finally convinced him. Fine, good. That's good. Then his frown returned. But she can't keep coughing like that. She can barely get a word out. I'm sending the top specialists over to examine her myself, he announced, waving a hand. Neither Fu Huaishan nor Yun Shu argued this time. If it gave Grandpa peace of mind, it was worth it. Master Fu sat down beside the bed, his weathered face soft with warmth. His whole body trembled with emotion. He had so much he wanted to say, but the words wouldn't come. His old eyes were glassy. Yun Shu smiled at him, letting him know she was okay. Good girl. Such a good girl, the old man kept repeating. They were the only words that fit. The weight he'd been carrying for a year finally lifted. She had clawed her way back from a vegetative state. She must have suffered so terribly. In that moment, the old war-hardened general couldn't find anything else to say. He just kept murmuring, good girl. Behind them, the butler silently wiped his eyes. The young mistress was awake. The master's year of prayers had been answered. Worried that Yun Shu would wear herself out, Master Fu left quickly. But not before firing off a solid half-hour of instructions at Fu Huaishan and unloading a carload of supplements. It took nearly 20 minutes just to bring them all inside. After seeing him off, Fu Huaishan returned to the room. Yun Shu was lying down, but her eyes were still open. Rest, sweetheart, you just woke up, you can't push yourself. He sat on the edge of the bed and instinctively reached out to pat her gently, the same rhythm he'd always used to lull her to sleep. She shook her head, then fixed her gaze on the empty space beside her. She wanted him up there with her. Be good. I'll crowd you. He wasn't taking any chances. Crowd her? On a bed nearly 9 feet wide. She stared at him, brow furrowed, her expression cool and direct. A second later, he was shrugging out of his jacket. Fine. But if I crowd you, you tell me, got it? She nodded. He climbed onto the bed and lay down beside her, but he kept a fist's worth of distance between them always. Yun Shu shifted closer, closing the gap between her and Fu Huaishan. He started to pull back, trying to protect the narrow space still left between them. But the sharp warning in her eyes froze him in place. He didn't dare move, so they stayed like that, face to face, silent. Their eyes saying everything neither of them had said out loud yet. Yun Shu took him in. His face was thinner now, the hard jawline was still there, but his cheeks had hollowed. She glanced at the cramped single bed pushed next to hers, then at the dark shadows carved deep under his eyes. She understood in an instant. All those days she'd been unconscious, this man had been clinging to a hopeless weight, pushing through every night and every morning alone. She lifted her hand and rested it against his cheek. Then she mouthed the words, I love you. Fu Huaishan stared into her bright, clear eyes and saw his own reflection staring back. And in that moment, the nearly year-long wait didn't feel so punishing anymore. He shifted closer and pressed a soft kiss to her forehead. His voice came out low and thick. I love you too, wife, forever. They wrapped their arms around each other, soaking up the warmth, and slowly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, the sun rose like any other day. When Fu Huaishan woke, she was gone. He sat up hard, his hand shooting to her side of the bed, cold. Panic spiked through his chest. He swung his legs to the floor and strode into the bathroom, then the walk-in closet. Nothing, still in his pajamas, he bolted out of the room, his face tight with dread. Downstairs, he spotted the nurse. His voice came out, clipped and low. Where is my wife? Master Fu, the bodyguard just took her to the stable. The nurse said quickly. The stable. Fu Huaishan changed direction and ran. Yun Shu had woken early. She watched him sleeping soundly for a moment, then eased herself up, settled into the wheelchair he'd arranged for her, and slipped out of the room. Her muscles were still too weak. The chair wasn't optional yet. She'd been thinking about Xiao Bai and wanted to check on the horse first. When she ran into the bodyguard, they headed to the stable together. Xiao Bai had recovered a lot, but he was still painfully thin. He could kneel and lie down now. Standing would take more time. The moment Yun Shu saw him, the horse's frail state cut straight through her. Xiao Bai spotted her too and let out a heavy snort. He tried to stand and couldn't, his hooves stamped in frustration. Let me in there, Yun Shu said to the bodyguard. He understood and wheeled her straight into Xiao Bai's stall. Up close, the horse settled a little. Xiao Bai, The mistress can't talk well, yet be good, the bodyguard said. After days of care, Xiao Bai knew the bodyguard's voice. The desperate snorting faded when Fu Huaishan reached the stable. The sight stopped him cold. Yun Shu sat in her wheelchair, and Xiao Bai had lowered his massive head, resting it gently against her feet. The horse was perfectly still. Not far from the university, in a cramped apartment complex, 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 room was spotless. The studio, the other, looked like a disaster zone. Trash covered every surface, food wrappers, half-eaten containers, spilled drinks dried and caked onto the floor. Yun pushed open the door and nearly gagged from the sour stench. She pinched her nose, stepped inside, glanced at the closed studio door, and let out a long sigh. Then she waved the maids in behind her. 2 of them scrubbed for 3 solid hours, cutting through the grime and stains. After she sprayed air freshener into every corner, she sent them back to the Shangfu estate. She sank onto the sofa, listening to the frantic keyboard clatter coming from the studio. Worry twisted tight in her chest. Ever since that day at the hospital, the day Yun Shu slipped into a coma, Sun Haochen had become someone else. He'd moved out of the family home the next day and rented this place near school. He went to class during the day and stayed up all night working on his website. His grades had soared. He was now second in his year. First place, of course, still belonged to Yun Shu, and his website was taking off, already ranking among the top 50 internet systems in the country. But he skipped meals. He never rested. He'd been hospitalized twice for stomach perforations. Yun was terrified for his health. She stopped by constantly with food, but unless she stood there and watched him eat, it would sit untouched until it went cold. She'd begged him to slow down. His answer never changed. He wanted Yun Shu to wake up and see that he hadn't been slacking, that he'd made her proud, and Mu Yun could never argue with that. The studio door creaked open. Sun Haochen stepped out, his face pale, dark circles gouged deep beneath his eyes. He didn't look surprised to see her. He just gave a casual nod. "When did you get here?" He didn't even seem to notice the room had been cleaned. He made straight for the bathroom. When he came out and headed back toward the studio, Mu Yun called out, "Sun Haochen, stop." He paused and turned. "What's wrong? How long are you going to keep this up?" Her voice cracked. "How much more do you think your body can take?" Her eyes were already red. Watching him destroy himself like this was breaking her heart. Sun Haochen felt a stab of guilt, but he held his ground. "Almost done. Just a few more days and I can finish the system upgrade. When teacher wakes up and sees I pulled it off on my own, she'll be happy, really happy." Mu Yun stepped closer, her voice pleading. "Sun Haochen, you've already done so much. She would be proud, but you cannot keep grinding your body into the ground." He looked wrecked, sunken eyes, hollow cheeks, his skin an unnatural gray. Last time he was hospitalized, the doctor had told him point blank that if he kept this pace, he could collapse and never get back up. "I'm fine. I'll rest after I finish this. Okay?" He wasn't hearing the warning. His mind was locked on a single track. All he wanted was to make Yun Shu proud. "Sun Haochen, you've already pushed yourself way too hard. If your mentor could see this, she'd be proud. But if she knew you were wrecking your health over it, do you really think she'd be happy?" Shangfu Muse was out of options. She had to say Yun Shu's name one more time to get through to him, and it hit. The stubborn set of Sun Houchen's jaw softened, just a fraction that he understood every logical reason. But every time he thought about Yun Shu's condition, something inside him screamed that he had to act, had to do something. Since he couldn't help medically, he threw everything into perfecting the website they'd built together. Sun Houchen had never stopped believing she would wake up, and when that day came, he wanted to look her in the eye and say, "Mentor, I didn't let you down." That single thought was the only thing keeping him upright. "I haven't eaten lunch yet. Come eat with me," Shangfu Muse said, catching the shift in his expression. Sun Houchen hesitated a second, then nodded. They sat, and she unpacked the food she'd brought. She'd already eaten, but she'd lied because she was worried about him. She kept piling food onto his plate. Sun Houchen managed a decent amount, then his stomach seized without warning. He doubled over and vomited. Sun Houchen. Shangfu Muse saw the pain rip through him. He lifted a hand to wave her off, but a metallic taste flooded his mouth. Blood spattered across the table. A split second later, he collapsed sideways onto the sofa, completely out. Over at the Fu residence, Yun Shu sat at the dining table, eyes fixed on the tall figure moving through the kitchen. Fu Huaishan stood at the stove, fully focused on simmering a nourishing soup for her. His features were sharp, almost too handsome to be real. He wore a grey cashmere lounge set with a black apron tied at his waist. His long fingers held a ladle, stirring with quiet precision every inch. The devoted husband. The estate had a full staff of world-class chefs, but he insisted on cooking for her himself, all for a single bowl of soup. So Yun Shu sat there, completely at ease, waiting patiently and enjoying the view. Behind him, a small army of chefs and maids stood at attention, ready to pass an ingredient or follow an order the second he asked. A few minutes later, he came out holding the bowl. The warm, savory scent reached her before he even set it down. Just the smell made her stomach clench with hunger. "Wife, taste it, tell me what you think." He placed the soup gently in front of her, positioning it carefully so there was no chance of a spill. In his eyes right now, she was fragile as glass, utterly incapable of fending for herself. He'd let it cool in the kitchen for a minute, so the temperature was perfect, not too hot, not too cold. Yun Shu nodded, but the moment she reached for the spoon, Fu Huaishan sat down beside her, picked it up, and took over feeding her. She didn't fight it, she just lifted an eyebrow. "Go on," then. He looked at her like she was the most precious thing in the world. His large hand held the white porcelain spoon steady, and he fed her in slow, careful sips. After so long with nothing real in her stomach, Yun Shu's appetite was wide open. She finished the first bowl and motioned for a second. Seeing her enjoy it that much made him ridiculously happy, but when the second bowl disappeared just as fast and she signaled for a third, Fu Huaishan's concern kicked in. She pouted and gestured again. He didn't move. Yun Shu stared at him, impatient. "Wife, you just woke up. Too much at once isn't good for you. How about we do smaller portions more often?" His voice was gentle, careful. She shook her head. "No, cough, cough." When it came to food, Yun Shu was every bit as relentless as she was in a fight. And soup wasn't filling anyway. When he tried to deny her, She got so frustrated she attempted to speak and immediately triggered a coughing fit. She tried to force the words out anyway, but Fu Huaishan couldn't stand seeing her uncomfortable for even a second. He surrendered instantly. Alright, don't get upset, and don't try to talk. I'll get it. He headed straight back to the kitchen, moving like every second he delayed might make her get up and go herself. Yun Shu was just settling in, happily waiting for her next bowl, when a frantic voice exploded from the front door. Sis, where is she? Shen Yishuan burst inside and grabbed the first maid he ran into. Where's my sister? Madam is in the dining room, the maid answered quickly. Before she'd even finished, Shen Yishuan was already charging through. Yun Shu heard the commotion and turned her wheelchair around just as her brother came face to face with her. He stopped so abruptly his feet practically locked to the floor. Seeing her sitting up, awake, real, he couldn't take another step. She looked at the boy in front of her. He'd aged years in the time she'd been out. She tilted her head, motioning for him to come closer. Shen Yishuan just stared, frozen. That face, those same cool, steady eyes. Now lifting a hand to wave him over, he didn't even notice the tears streaming down his face. The entire time she'd been unconscious, he'd come to the Fu residence every free moment he had and just sat for hours. She was the only family he had left. If something happened to her, Shen Yishuan didn't know how he'd survive it. When Xu Zongyuan called to say she was awake and he could visit today, the joy hit him harder than a $5 million lottery win. He looked at her now, tears pooling in his eyes, a smile breaking through. Just then, Fu Huaishan walked out of the kitchen with a half bowl of soup. Shen Yishuan snapped out of his daze. He rushed to her wheelchair, crouched down, and looked up at her. Sis, you're finally awake. I've been waiting so long. It felt like forever. Yun Shu patted his shoulder once, but said nothing. Sis, you don't know how terrified I was that day. If I lost you, I'd be completely alone. What would I even do? When Xu Zongyuan called and said you woke up, I was so happy I nearly lost my mind. Shen Yishuan kept rambling, the words tumbling out in a flood, but Yun Shu only watched him, silent. That was when the wrongness clicked. He straightened up and spun toward Fu Huaishan. Brother-in-law, my sister's injury was to her head, right? So why can't she talk and why is she in a wheelchair? Fu Huaishan didn't even have time to open his mouth before Yun Shu answered the question herself. She spun her wheelchair in a tight circle, and it slammed right into Shen Yishuan while he was still crouched, nearly knocking him flat on the floor. Her control was flawless. She spun the wheelchair in a perfect arc and stopped exactly in front of the bowl in Fu Huaishan's hands. She looked up at him, eyes sharp. The message was clear: feed me. Now. Fu Huaishan cracked a smile at her theatrics, the corner of his mouth lifting. But Shen Yishuan didn't catch on at all. He shot to his feet. Brother-in-law, why isn't my sister talking? Yun Shu aimed a death glare at him before she could get a word out. The man beside her answered for her. Your sister's throat needs time to recover. The wheelchair is the same deal. Oh, okay. You scared me. I thought she'd gone permanently mute. The last word died in his throat. Yun Shu's eyes had already locked onto their target. Shen Yishuan clamped his mouth shut and sat back down like a scolded kid. A few seconds later, he jolted upright. Right. Sis, Sun Haochen doesn't even know you're awake yet. I'm gonna call him and make his day. He yanked out his phone and dialed. The call took forever to connect. Hey, Sun Haochen? A pause, surprise flickering across his face. Oh, it's Muse. What? His voice cracked on the next word. Yun Shu and Fu Huaishan, both mid-sip of soup, turned to look at him, brows furrowed. Yeah, okay, got it. Shen Yishuan hung up and turned to his sister. Sis, Sun Haochen's in the hospital. It sounds serious. Yun Shu's brow creased. Beside her, Fu Huaishan set the soup bowl down on the table and called out, Li Jun, get the car. Sun Haochen was Yun Shu's student. If something happened to him, she'd need to be there. He didn't wait for her to ask. He just moved. They left within minutes. By the time they reached the hospital, Sun Haochen was out of surgery. Shangfu Muse sat at his bedside. His stomach had hemorrhaged badly. The doctors were stunned to learn he'd already survived 2 gastric perforations. They said he hadn't been taking care of himself at all. If Shangfu Muse hadn't gotten him to the hospital in time, the damage could have been catastrophic. Shangfu Muse stared at his bloodless lips, her chest tightening, eyes wet. She dipped a cotton swab in water and pressed it gently to his mouth. Muse, don't cry. I'm okay. His voice scraped out, thin and exhausted. I'm not crying. I'll cry when you're dead. The words snapped out before she could stop them, fury sharp on her tongue. Okay, when I'm dead, then you can cry. You, she shot to her feet, pointing at him, too angry to speak. Then she spun around and rushed out of the room and ran straight into Yun Shu and Shen Yishuan. Shangfu Muse froze in the doorway. She couldn't believe her eyes. She blinked, rubbed them hard, blinked again. Yun Shu was right there. Master, Shangfu Muse whispered it. Half afraid this was some kind of hallucination. Yun Shu nodded. You, is it really you, Master? Her voice wobbled. The woman in front of her wore a mask. Only her cool eyes were visible. Shangfu Muse knew those eyes, but she didn't dare trust them. Yun Shu lifted a hand and waved. Shen Yishuan stepped forward, the designated explainer. Muse, it's really her. She woke up. At that, Shangfu Muse finally let herself believe. She dropped to her knees, collapsed into Yun Shu's lap against the wheelchair, and burst into sobs. Master. She hiccuped through the tears. Sun Haochen's bullying me. A wail broke loose. You have to make him pay for it. She cried so hard her nose ran, tears streaking down her face. Shen Yishuan stood to the side, grimacing. He was already mentally drafting Sun Haochen's eulogy. Shangfu Muse filing that complaint was a death sentence. When she finally got herself under control, Shangfu Muse looked up at Yun Shu, her eyes brimming with questions. Yun Shu lifted her hand again. Shen Yishuan jumped in. Muse, my sister's throat and body both need time to recover. She has to talk less and use the wheelchair for now. Oh, I thought maybe Master was. She'd been about to say the same thing Shen Yishuan had thought earlier. Good thing he cut her off. Yun Shu glanced toward the hospital room behind her, then raised an eyebrow. Shangfu Muse nodded. Shen Yishuan pushed the wheelchair inside, then he stepped back out into the hallway with Shangfu Muse. Why'd you come out? Isn't your sister's throat bad? Shangfu Muse asked. She told me to. You think I'd say no? No, Shangfu Muse agreed flatly. Shen Yishuan shrugged. Case closed. They waited, pushing their ears to the door now and then to eavesdrop. They heard nothing, Close to 15 minutes later, Fu Huaishan came up from the car where he'd been waiting. Yunshu had just woken up. She didn't need to wear herself out. He was about to knock when the door swung open. Yunshu wheeled herself out, her expression impossible to read. Behind her, Sun Haochen lay in the bed, his eyes rimmed red as he turned his head. To watch her go. Let's head home, wife, you need rest. Fu Huaishan stepped forward and took hold of the wheelchair. Yunshu nodded. Shangfu Muse felt a sharp pang of guilt. She walked over and crouched in front of Yunshu. Master, I'm so sorry. You just woke up and I already. Yunshu patted her shoulder, cutting her off, then waved goodbye. Goodbye, master. The day had been a strange tangle of emotions, sadness because Sun Haochen was hospitalized, and shock because Yunshu was awake. When Yunshu and the others were out of sight, Shangfu Muse walked back into the room. Sun Haochen had settled. He smiled the second he saw her. What are you smiling about? I already told master you bullied me. Just wait till she's back on her feet. You're done for. Shangfu Muse tried to sound stern. Her words. Sun Haochen's smile only widened. A beat later, he said softly, it feels good, getting scolded by master again. Shangfu Muse, still angry, felt her eyes burn. All the suffering he'd put himself through, everything he'd been holding out for, wasn't it all so that Yunshu would finally open her eyes? Sunlight flooded the back garden, and Xiaobai's coat gleamed like the brightest star in the yard. Every stride brimmed with power, strong legs springing high, pure strength and stamina on full display. He was round and healthy now, thanks to all the food he ate every day. The stable hands fed him a balanced diet to help him recover, and he devoured twice as much per meal as any other horse. Under the nutritionist's careful watch, Xiaobai had never been in better shape. The days of skin and bones were long gone, replaced by a lively, vibrant animal. A voice rang out from across the garden. Master. Yunshu turned. Ji Hongxian, Mu Yun, and Shanixuan were all walking toward her. Master. Master. Sis. When Yunshu saw the healthy color in Ji Hongxuan's face, she smiled. Mu Yun rushed forward and threw her arms around her. Master, we missed you. Yunshu looked from her to the two behind her. What's all this? Shanixuan scanned the yard carefully, then leaned in and dropped his voice. Brother-in-law said you needed to rest. He wouldn't let any of us visit. A whole month had passed since they'd last seen her. The night she went to the hospital to see Ji Hongxian, she came back running a low fever, and Fu Huaishan shut the doors to everyone, no exceptions. Not even for Ju Qimeng or Shuzong Yuan. Now that her recovery was solid, he'd finally relented and let Shanixuan and the others end. Ji Hongxian stepped up behind her, a little bashful. Master, I'm better now. Yunshu studied him, then nodded. Good. You're recovering well, and the website looks great, too. A few days ago, curiosity got the better of her and she pulled up the site herself. Ji Hongxian had grown more than she ever expected, even she hadn't seen it coming. Her praise sent a goofy grin spreading across his face. He scratched his head, equal parts embarrassed and pleased. Master, master, look at me too. Mu Yun declared. My piano skills are practically unmatched in the whole country. The pointers Yunshu had given her before were like spiritual jet fuel. Now her hands flew across the keys at a terrifying speed, and even the hardest pieces came easily. Good. You're doing great. Before she could breathe, Huaishan yelled, Sis, I'm awesome too. Shu fixed him with a flat look. What are you awesome at? His brain scrambled. Oh, right. He clapped his hands together. I didn't cause any trouble. I've been good. Ask Ji Hongshan if you don't believe me. He grabbed Ji Hongshan's sleeve, eyes pleading. Ji Hongshan sighed. It's true, master. See, I'm not lying. Shu shot him a look, then turned and headed for the pavilion ahead. Right then, Xiao Bai came galloping back from another lap. Huaishan and Yun froze, completely mesmerized by how beautiful the horse was. Sis, can I ride Xiao Bai? Me too, master. Can I ride him? Both wanted to hop on and tear across the grass like they were in a western. Shu sat down inside the pavilion. Xiao Bai trotted over and knelt at her feet. She glanced at the horse, then smiled. Of course. Yes. Huaishan and Yun bolted toward him, but the second they got close, Xiao Bai, who had been resting peacefully, shot to his feet and sprinted off across the garden. They chased after him. The two humans ran full tilt, but Xiao Bai wasn't about to let them tame him. He was playing, leading them on a wild game of tag. Ji Hongshan walked over, sat down in the pavilion, and pulled out the plan he'd brought. Master, this is my plan for the site. Take a look. Shu glanced at him, then picked up the plan and read. More than 10 minutes passed before she set it down, her eyes filled with nothing but approval. Ji Hongshan, I wasn't wrong about you. In those pages, he'd mapped out a brilliant future for the website they'd built together. He'd even included ideas she hadn't thought of herself. She looked at the young man in front of her, the same one who used to sleep through class and hack in secret after school, and a wave of emotion hit her. He had grown into a responsible, capable website manager. While she'd been unconscious, Ji Hongshan hadn't slacked off for a second. He'd run the site so smoothly that even Ju Chimeng couldn't stop praising him. He'd charted the site's future completely on his own. Everything he'd done moved her deeply. Ji Hongshan stared at her. Master, is it really that good? She didn't answer. Instead, her gaze sharpened to ice. What did I tell you? He blinked, confusion all over his face. Her stare didn't soften. Then memory hit him like a brick. Don't sell yourself short. Glad your memory still works. Remember that. Next time, I'll knock your teeth out. Her people were never second-rate, and she would never let them think they were. Ji Hongshan nodded fast, rattled. Got it, master. I'll remember. Shu slid the plan back across the table. Follow your plan. I've got your back. This time, he didn't dare say a foolish word. He just nodded hard. Hey, Xiao Bai, wait up. Xiao Bai, be good. I'll give you treats later. In the distance, Huaishan and Yun were still chasing Xiao Bai, their voices ringing through the garden and making the whole place feel even more alive. In the dim basement, Huaishan's limbs were strapped tight to a cold iron bed that he couldn't move. His body was a wreckage of open wounds, torn and swollen past recognition. A thick, crusted scar twisted across his scalp like a centipede burrowed into pale skin, the aftermath of one swift force session after another. His face had gone gray, bloodless. His hollow eyes stared at the ceiling, barely alive. Creak. The iron door grated open, the sound slicing through the silence like a blade. Huaishan heard it and shut his eyes on reflex. He knew what was coming. The daily dose of swift force was about to start. By now he'd gotten used to the kind of pain that turned your stomach inside out. He had screamed until his voice shredded, cursed until he choked on his own spit, begged until he couldn't recognize himself. But the swift force still came at the same time every single day. Light footsteps crossed the floor and stopped beside the bed. Huaishan kept his eyes closed. He wouldn't give them the satisfaction of watching the machine power up. Seconds stretched out. The pain didn't hit. Confused, he opened his eyes and froze. The person standing over him wasn't some cold-eyed bodyguard in black. It was the last face he ever expected to see. Yunshu, her stunning face held no expression. Carved from ice, the look she leveled at him was bone-chilling, and beneath it flickered something sharper, dangerous, predatory. Bloodlust. Yunshu. His voice scraped out, hoarse, as if something was lodged in his throat. His eyes locked on the familiar yet completely foreign face above him. The corner of her mouth lifted. Not a smile, mockery. There was no pity in it, only cold contempt. She wasn't a saint. Huaishan had once electrocuted the original Yunshu into a vegetative state. Also he could swap their souls. Seeing him strapped to this bed now, he deserved every second of it. Watching her stand there completely unharmed, the fear and despair crashed back over him. It's me. Her voice was flat, her gaze drifted over the scarred wounds on his head like she found them fascinating. A chill crawled up his spine. He couldn't stop his body from trembling. That garbage Dr. Leon swore he could swap souls. All of it, a damn lie. Huaishan suddenly screamed at the ceiling. His voice bounced off the empty walls, raw with fury and hopelessness. Yunshu just stood there and watched. Liar. His voice dropped to nothing. He had been waiting for the original Yunshu to come back. But now the truth had finally caught up with him. Dr. Leon's so-called soul swap was nothing but a con. When he fell silent, she spoke. Huaishan. You think you're some kind of tragic hero? You gave up everything for her. Now you're practically dead. You feel noble? She leaned down, her eyes like daggers, staring at the man who couldn't move. There wasn't a shred of mercy in her chest. What if I told you that girl is perfectly fine in another world, that she doesn't want to come back, she doesn't want to see you because she's afraid you'll hurt her again? How does that sit with you? Her words hit like a hammer blow. He had squeezed his eyes shut when she started talking. Now they flew open, disbelief twisting his face. No. That can't be. His voice shook. I tell her I'm sorry every night. She said she forgave me. Forgave you? A cold laugh escaped her. You think a few I'm sorry wipe away everything you did? You bullied her. You drove her to death. And you think you can just sweep it under the rug? Her accusations cut right through him, peeling back every lie he'd been telling himself. Xiaoye will forgive me, she will. He started screaming, losing all control. You're lying, you have to be lying. Believe whatever you want. But she asked me to give you a message. Her voice was eerily calm. What message? Tell me, what did she say? He thrashed wildly, veins bulging in his neck as he fought the restraints. Yunshu didn't flinch. She looked toward the closed iron door, remembering the person she had met in the parallel world. Then, slowly, she laid her hand on the swift force activation button. Tell me, what did Xiaoye say? His voice pitched higher, more frantic, his eyes were glued to her. He had to know. As his words died out, a voice like ice from the abyss cut through the air. She told me to tell you, your suffering isn't her doing but hers. That's all on you, and your apology, she will never accept it. The moment the words left her lips, Yun Shu slammed the button down without a second's hesitation. Swift force surged through Huaishan's body. He convulsed violently, a tortured scream tearing from his throat. This time, nobody was going to turn it off. She was done with Huaishan. For good. At a tea dinner, Yun Shu told Fu Huaishan she wanted to go to school the next day. The man clearly didn't want her stepping outside the mansion. He looked at her like he believed demons and monsters lurked just beyond the gates. Honey, your scores are strong enough to graduate early. She stared at him wide-eyed. Are you telling me I should cut in line? Only if you want to. His voice was low, controlled. He was the academy's largest shareholder. Getting her a diploma would be easier than breathing. She didn't answer right away. Instead, she gave him a sweet smile. He was helpless against that smile. With a heavy sigh, he gave in. Then promise me one thing, honey. You said it. Yun Shu agreed. Don't push yourself. No fighting. If you even think about throwing a punch, call me. Promise me. I promise. She raised her left hand like she was taking an oath. She knew he was worried about her health, but she'd been recovering well. Heading back to school like normal wouldn't be a problem at all. Fu Huaishan pulled her in, letting out a quiet breath against her hair. He couldn't survive losing her a second time. Yun Shu tilted her head up. School tomorrow. I need to sleep early. She slipped out of his arms and headed for the bathroom. The warmth against his chest faded. He rubbed his temples. A wife this obsessed with her studies was going to be a headache. The next morning, after breakfast, Fu Huaishan drove her to school himself. Time had flown. Nearly a year had passed in the blink of an eye. The moment she stepped onto campus, it was like a bomb went off. Every pair of eyes locked on her like spotlights. But what really floored everyone wasn't her mysterious disappearance or sudden return. It was her face. It was stunning now. Before, she'd been plain malnutrition and scar cream had shifted her features a little, but nothing worth a second glance. Now she looked like an entirely different person. Sharper bone structure. Every line carved by a master. Her skin was fair and smooth, almost luminous without a trace of makeup. She was breathtaking. Walking through the gates in her school uniform, she moved like a goddess descending to earth. The uniform fit perfectly, hugging a slender waist and showing off long legs. Elegant, captivating. Wherever she went, whispers and gasps followed. Holy crap! Did Yun Shu take a gap year for plastic surgery? She's gorgeous. A senior stared with wide, jealous eyes. Seriously, whatever she had done, I want the same, her friend chimed in. The two tailed Yun Shu into the building, searching for any hint of cosmetic work. Other students couldn't stop staring. It was jarring. More than a few guys looked at her with instant, shameless infatuation. If it weren't for the Fu Huaishan label hanging over her, someone would have already staged a coincidental meet-cute in the hallway. The two girls followed Yun Shu all the way to her classroom door. Even after she walked inside, they couldn't spot a single trace of surgery. They had to slink away, disappointed. The rest of the class was just as stunned. When she'd first stopped coming to school, The homeroom teacher said it was a family matter. But that family matter stretched on for almost a year. They were nearly finished with sophomore year now, so the rumors started. Some said she was sick. Some said she was pregnant. One wild theory claimed Huaishan had gotten tired of her and sold her off to Myanmar. All kinds of crazy gossip. They only dared whisper behind her back. If Ji Hongxian or Mu Yun ever caught wind of it, they'd be hell to pay. Now that Yun Shu was back, looking incredible and even hotter than before, those rumors crumbled on the spot. Yun Shu, you're here. Han Duo, who'd been chatting with friends, rushed over, beaming. She used to dislike Yun Shu too, but after getting to know her, Han Duo realized she was a good person. She genuinely missed her. Yun Shu nodded. Yeah. I'm here. Same as ever, calm, expressionless. Master. A shout from the doorway made everyone jump. Mu Yun stood there, yelled dramatically, then sprinted into the room and threw her arms around Yun Shu. Ji Hongxian followed, carrying her backpack. Master, you're finally out. Mu Yun was grinning ear to ear. The whole class turned and stared with gossip-hungry eyes. Yun Shu's expression froze out. Did that mean Huaishan really did sell her to Myanmar and she'd only just been rescued? Ji Hongxian caught the looks and immediately spotted the problem. Mu Yun, watch your mouth out. Now everyone's going to get the wrong idea. Wrong idea? She didn't see the issue. It was accurate. Huaishan didn't want Yun Shu pushing herself too hard, so he kept her at home and refused to let anyone visit. When Ji Hongxian shot her a pointed look, it finally clicked. Right, not out. More like, Huaishan couldn't stand the thought of my master suffering through her studies, so he made her stay home and rest like the young mistress she is. That landed, everyone finally understood, and then came a wave of sour envy. Suffering through her studies? Please. Some people were just born lucky, while the rest of them had to grind through exams or get labeled deadbeats. Yun Shu got to stay home playing the pampered young mistress. They chatted a while longer until the bell rang. Mu Yun insisted on sitting next to Yun Shu, so Ji Hongxian had to take her spot in the front row. First period was basically Mu Yun's personal interrogation hour. She kept whispering, asking about this and that. Her mouth never stopped. Yun Shu couldn't imagine how Ji Hongxian had survived an entire year. Dealing with someone that talkative and still keeping his grades up, impressive. Second period was Teacher Yang's class. When she saw the student who'd been gone for nearly a year finally back in her seat, she remembered the image of Yun Shu lying in that hospital bed, tubes everywhere. Her throat tightened before she could get a word out. Yun Shu gave her a small nod from her seat, along with a faint smile. Teacher Yang took a moment to steady herself, then started the lesson. Being back at school felt good except for the chatterbox sitting next to her. Classes ended at noon today. Huaishan knew she had PE in the afternoon, so he was already there to pick her up. She was still on strict monitoring. For the next week, whenever there was a PE class, Yun Shu didn't even need to check her phone. Huaishan would be waiting downstairs at the lecture hall. In his eyes, she was as fragile as glass. Not a scratch allowed that day. The college sent a last-minute notice. Afternoon classes were cancelled. Honey, are you busy? Yun Shu had just packed her bag when she thought of Huaishan and dialed his number. On the other end, Fu Huaishan was buried in paperwork. The moment he heard her voice, the faint irritation from work vanished. Not busy. I'll pick you up when school's out. No need. We're off this afternoon. Can I come find you instead? Sure. A low, pleased hum colored his voice. Today, my wife gets to pick me up from work. Yun Shu arrived at the quantum node network tech company half an hour later. Li Jun barely had the car in park before Ji Hongxian rushed over and opened her door. Good afternoon, madam. The CEO is in a meeting, should wrap up in about 30 minutes. Yun Shu nodded. Okay, I'll go up and wait. They took the private elevator to the top floor. The CEO's office was already set up with all her favorite snacks. She nibbled a little, sipped her drink, but barely 10 minutes had passed before a wave of drowsiness hit her. She walked straight into the private suite attached to Fu Huaishan's office. The bed and bedding were identical to the ones at the mansion. Within moments, Yun Shu was asleep. Her dream felt hazy. She felt a burning gaze on her. She tried to open her eyes, but her lids were heavy. Weighed down by 1,000 pounds, the stare didn't fade despite her stillness. It grew hotter, as if trying to see straight through her. Then the heat vanished, replaced by a rush of breath that washed over her cheek. The sudden change made her body jolt. She woke. Slowly, she opened her eyes as her vision cleared. The first thing she saw was a handsome face inches away. Fu Huaishan lay on his side beside her, his head slightly lowered, his sharply defined face leaning in. Had he been about to kiss her? Her throat felt dry. A soft sound escaped her lips. Barely audible, but it cut through the silence. He heard her. His movement paused, and he lifted his head to meet her gaze. Are you done with your meeting? Her voice was hoarse. She glanced toward the window, but the heavy curtains blocked out all light. Done. His voice was low and gentle. A faint smile tugged at his lips as his eyes lingered on her face, full of adoration. Did you sleep well, babe? Yun Shu nodded. This bed feels just like home. And more importantly, the sheets carried Fu Huaishan's cool, distinct scent. It made her feel safe. Should we head home now? He studied her face. Her usually cool eyes were now hazy with sleep, soft and dreamy. Her fair skin held a delicate pink flush, and her lips, naturally rosy without a trace of makeup, parted slightly as if inviting him. A dark fire kindled in Fu Huaishan's eyes. His voice dropped, turning husky. Wait a moment. His cool lips crashed down on hers like a sudden storm, swallowing the rest of her words. The kiss caught her off guard. Her mind went blank. She could only surrender to his passion. His tongue swept into her mouth, exploring every corner, drinking in her sweetness. The kiss was long, lingering, scorching. Just as they were about to take things further, Fu Huaishan used every ounce of willpower to stop. Yun Shu's body had gone soft from his kisses, drained of strength. Her eyes half closed, her lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, dazed and drunk. When she slowly opened her eyes and looked up at the man above her, confusion flickered across her face. Fu Huaishan's breathing was ragged. A thin sheen of sweat glistened on his forehead. His usually cold eyes were now bloodshot with desire. Babe, wait a little longer. You haven't fully recovered yet. His voice was a low growl, strained with restraint. He knew she was aroused, her body's reactions didn't lie, but he was more afraid of hurting her. Yunshu could feel the tension in his body, see the struggle on his face. She understood. Give me a moment. I'll take a quick shower, and then we'll go home. Before she could say anything, Fu Huaishan was off the bed like a gust of wind and strode into the bathroom. A moment later, the sound of water rushed from behind the door, echoing loudly in the quiet room. Yunshu slowly pushed herself upright, her gaze hazy as she stared at the closed bathroom door. After a beat, she got up, slipped off her outer clothes, and walked barefoot toward the bathroom. She reached out and pulled the door open. The moment it swung open, a burst of cold air hit her, mixed with the scent of body wash. Fu Huaishan hadn't expected her. He stood under the shower head, letting cold water run over him, caught off guard. He was still in his dress pants and shirt. His usually perfectly styled hair was plastered wet against his forehead. The top 2 buttons of his shirt were undone, revealing a sliver of his tanned collarbone, a tantalizing glimpse. His soaked shirt clung to his muscular frame, outlining every perfect line. A flicker of fire smoldered in his hazy eyes as they landed on her. His Adam's apple bobbed, his voice was low and rough. Babe, wait for me outside. I'll be out in a minute. She said it firmly. Then she walked into the bathroom and locked the door behind her. The click was sharp and final. Fu Huaishan stood under the cold spray, watching her. The beast inside him snapped its leash and roared. He adjusted the water temperature with deliberate calm. Then his tall frame moved toward Yunshu, each step making the bathroom feel smaller. When he reached her, his hands braced against the wall on either side of her head. His voice came out low and rough. Wife, you started this. Yeah. I started it. Her voice was crisp, clear, those soft, beautiful eyes lifted to meet his. A blush crept up her cheeks as she leaned in and pressed her lips to his Adam's apple. That kiss was a match striking gasoline. The fire in Fu Huaishan's chest ignited, blazing out of control. He couldn't hold back anymore. He crushed her against him. His mouth claimed her lips, her neck, her collarbone. Yunshu drowned in his heat, her mind went blank. All she could do was answer every kiss, every touch. Their bodies pressed together in that small bathroom, their breath tangled, sweet desire thickened the air. Time seemed to stop. She had no idea how long it lasted. Finally, the door swung open. Fu Huaishan carried her out. Yunshu was already asleep, exhausted. Her towel was rumpled, and her neck was flushed with the evidence of their passion. In a second-floor room, Ji Hongxian and Sun Haochen sat drinking, their conversation lazy and meandering. Hey, Sun, Ji Hongxian said, sulking. What's going on with Huaishan? Sis wakes up and he won't let us anywhere near her. He won't even come out himself. Are we like the plague or something? Sun Haochen shot him a knowing look. You are. I'm not. What's that supposed to mean? Ji Hongxian knew there was more. I went to see Sis the day before yesterday. She's recovering well. Ji Hongxian stared at him, incredulous. Huaishan is freezing me out. Why only you, not me? He pointed at himself, his self-worth taking a hit. If you weren't such a loose cannon every day, I think Huaishan would let you visit. Sun Haochen rolled his eyes at Ji Hongxuan's theatrics. Bro, I'm not a loose cannon. I'm a passionate man, okay? Life is short. If I don't live it up now, am I supposed to wait until I'm 6 feet under? Huaishan had his own philosophy. They call me crazy, but I'm just enjoying life while they don't get it. Then his expression shifted to serious. Hey, son, since Huaishan isn't here, I need to ask you something. That guy Huaishan said before that sis isn't really sis. You know what that means? They'd all heard Huaishan say it right after Yunshu had fallen into a coma, so they'd never had a chance to ask. Sun Haochen's face sobered. He thought for a moment. Some things are best left unheard. We both know who Huaishan and sis really are. What Huaishan said, just pretend you never heard it. Fu Huaishan hadn't explained a word. He must have his reasons. S brothers, they had to have his back. Sun Haochen paused, then added, and don't ask Huaishan about it. Do I look that stupid? Huaishan shot back. Sun Haochen didn't answer. He simply nodded. Damn, the friendship boat just capsized. Huaishan turned away, feigning devastation, but within a minute, he was back. Hey, Sunday, I heard Sis's homeroom teacher has been chasing you. Sun Haochen had just swallowed a mouthful of whiskey. He choked, coughing hard. After catching his breath, he managed, Nonsense. Nonsense. She chased you all the way to the military base gate. Plenty of people saw that. Huaishan's eyes gleamed with gossip. She was just delivering something. Sun Haochen's face looked a little awkward. Really? Huaishan clearly didn't believe him. Before he could say more, Sun Haochen downed the rest of his glass in one gulp and stood up. I'm leaving. I have a meeting tomorrow. Huaishan didn't even get a word in before Sun Haochen was already out the door, moving like a monster was on his heels. Hey, you! Huaishan was speechless. He picked up his glass and finished his drink. His phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out lazily, saw the number, and hit end call without hesitation. The light in his eyes dimmed downstairs. The main floor was all booth seating. As soon as Sun Haochen reached the ground level, he spotted a rowdy crowd. A group of men and women were yelling at each other while onlookers watched. It was a standard bar scene. As long as no blood was drawn, the bar usually stayed out of it. Sun Haochen swept a glance over the crowd and started to walk away. The bar manager, who'd been keeping an eye on the room, spotted him and hurried over. Mr. Sun, leaving already? In the capital, Sun Haochen's reputation was second only to Fu Huaishan's. After all, he was a young man who'd already made colonel, and the Sun family's political influence was nothing to ignore. Sun Haochen gave a slight nod. Let me see you out. The manager was all deference. No need. You'd better handle that. Sun Haochen tilted his chin toward the arguing crowd. The manager waved a dismissive hand. No worries. That's the youngest young Master Chen. Has had too much to drink and is trying to force Principal Zhong's daughter to have a drink with him. The girl's not having it, so their two groups started fighting. The manager was sharp. He knew every young heir and heiress in the capital's elite circles by heart, and he'd already ranked their families by status. Those two families were about equaled. If he stepped in to mediate, he'd only make things worse, so he didn't bother to meddle. Who's principal? Shangfu Muse stopped walking the moment he heard the word. The one at Windsor Academy, his daughter's Ju Chimeng. The bar manager answered fast, though he had no idea why Shangfu Muse was asking. The name Ju Chimeng was all it took. Shangfu Muse turned and headed straight for the noise. The confused manager scrambled to keep up. By now, the booth area had gotten even louder, and the crowd had doubled. I'm doing you a favor, Ju Chimeng. You're pretty, so take it as a compliment. Drink with me. Young Master Chen was completely wasted, his face flushed red, his eyes glassy and unfocused. Yeah, what's your damage? Young Master Chen's loaded. Be nice and you might walk away with something. One of his friends laughed, piling on. Every word marked her like a paid bottle girl. Drink with you. Your mom's pretty too, why don't you go call her down here? Ju Chimeng didn't even blink, her voice cut like a blade. Drop it. Chimeng. Don't waste your breath on scum like him. His all talk. Her friend tugged at her arm, whispering that was all it took to snap Chen Xiaoming. His face blotched red and swelling with rage, he lunged forward, fist already cocked. Say that again, I'll make you beg underneath me tonight. Ju Chimeng stepped in front of her friend without a flicker of hesitation. Say it again. You're still trash. A son like you is an embarrassment to the entire Chen family. Everyone in the capital knew Chen Xiaoming was the black sheep. His siblings had real accomplishments. He just bounced from club to club, picking fights. A scream tore through the noise. The crowd spun toward the sound point. One of Chen Xiaoming's friends had grabbed a bottle and circled behind Ju Chimeng. The glass caught the lights like bared teeth, already arcing toward her exposed head. She still hadn't seen it. More screams rose, finally reaching Ju Chimeng. She whirled around. Too late. The bottle was already swinging straight at her forehead. Her eyes went wide, raw terror freezing her in place. She couldn't move. The glass rushed closer, her heart nearly stopped. She squeezed her eyes shut. In that fractured second, a dark figure charged in. His fist met the bottle mid-swing and shattered it. Woe, young Master Shangfu! Why would Shangfu Muse step in for Ju Chimeng? He's so damn hot. I never see him in person. Gasps and whispers erupted through the crowd. Ju Chimeng caught the name Shangfu and her whole body jolted. Her eyes flew open and landed on the man who had saved her. Shangfu Muse stood right beside her, close enough that she could feel the heat radiating off him. He wore a perfectly cut black suit. His expression was dark enough to drip ink. Broken glass littered the floor at his feet, catching what little light there was. Ju Chimeng stared, speechless. Chen Xiaoming and the one holding the now destroyed bottle sobered up instantly when they saw who it was. Mr. Shangfu. The man's face drained of all color. You've got nerve throwing punches in public. Shangfu Muse's voice was ice. No. It was a misunderstanding. Honest, Mr. Shangfu. Young Master Chen just wanted to buy Miss Ju a drink. That's all. The man threw Chen Xiaoming straight under the bus. Chen Xiaoming heard his name and had already been trying to edge away. Now every pair of eyes pinned him in place. How the hell was he supposed to run? Before he could get a word out, someone else spoke. You're not innocent either. Ju Chimeng set her hands on her hips, and her voice carried a thread of a pout. Is Ju Chimeng flirting with young Master Shangfu? No way, but her tone just totally shifted. Right. That's exactly how couples talk. The gossips missed nothing. Shangfu Muse caught every word, his face darkened further. Quiet. He aimed it at Zhu Chimeng. The word was sharp, but the delivery had no real edge. She opened her mouth to argue, then stopped herself, shifting just a little closer to him. Mr. Shangfu, I had no idea Zhu Chimeng was your woman. Please show mercy, let me off the hook. Chen Xiaoming, stone-cold sober now, had absorbed every whisper and mentally filed her under Shangfu Mu's protection. Shangfu Mu's expression dropped from dark to hellish. Zhu Chimeng, meanwhile, was grinning on the inside. She loathed Chen Xiaoming, but that last line of his landed just right. Mr. Shangfu, young Master Chen had too much to drink. Let it go this once. He won't dare try it again. The bar manager jumped in. He hadn't stepped in earlier because the two families were evenly matched. Nothing too serious would have happened, but now that Shangfu Muse was involved, things could spiral fast. For the bar's sake, he had to speak up. The manager shot Chen Xiaoming a pointed look. The young man caught on immediately. Right, Mr. Shangfu. It's all on me. I was drunk and stupid. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. You already are a fart, Zhu Chimeng muttered. Yes, I'm a fart. Chen Xiaoming was ready to say anything to survive. Shangfu Muse glanced at Zhu Chimeng, then turned his attention back to Chen Xiaoming, who was now bowed at a full 90 degrees. Not every apology counts. Adults take responsibility for their actions. He shifted his cold gaze to the bar manager. He ran his mouth. Take his teeth. He threw a punch. Take his hand. Yes, sir. The manager answered without hesitation. The young master's reputation was earned. When he struck, blood always followed. Zhu Chimeng spun on her heel and walked away. Mu Yun threw her friend a quick glance. I'm out too. Talk tomorrow. She took off, but Fu Huaishan's tall frame was already swallowed by the crowd. The bar manager flicked his fingers. 4 black-suited bodyguards surged forward, dragging the trembling Chen Xiaoming and his brawling buddy down to the basement. The remaining onlookers scattered slowly, though the gossip kept humming. Zhu Chimeng, wait up. Mu Yun couldn't close the gap, so she shouted it over the noise. People lingering outside the bar turned to stare. Zhu Chimeng finally caught him in the parking lot, breathless. Fu Huaishan, are you deaf? I've been calling your name. She was about 2 seconds from losing her mind at this cold, silent man. What is it? He faced her, face blank, a deliberate wall in his eyes. What do you mean? What is it? You know exactly what. She planted both hands on her hips and glared. Yesterday at the compound gate, I told you I like you. You said you were on duty. Fine. You're off duty now, so answer me. Fu Huaishan had been Zhu Chimeng's dream guy for as long as she could remember. Through Mu Yun, she'd gotten his number and had been angling for a chance ever since. She'd dropped 1,000 hints, and every single time he played dumb. Not one response. That's why she'd come out tonight with Mu Yun to blow off steam at the bar. And of all the people to run into, it had to be that creep Chen Xiaoming. Right as things were about to go south, Fu Huaishan appeared out of nowhere and pulled her out of it. Tonight, she decided, she'd push for an answer once and for all. Fu Huaishan's gaze flickered. 2 seconds of silence. Then flatly, I don't like you. You're lying. Ju Chimeng fired back without missing a beat. If you don't like me, why did you step in back there? If you don't like me, why did you eat every single pastry I ever brought you and refuse to share a single one? You never touch sweets. And if you don't like me, why did you bolt out of school the second you heard about the emergency? Don't think I didn't see you. I spotted you a long time ago. She laid it all out like a closing argument. His actions had been telling on him for a while, and she knew it. You're reading into things. Something shifted in his eyes, but he buried it fast. Fine. Let's say I'm reading into things. Then I'll say it one more time, clear as day. She sucked in a breath. Ju Chimeng. Like you. I really, really like you, the kind of like where I want to be with you forever. She swallowed. If you feel even a tiny bit of that, can you just give us a shot? Just try dating me. She'd studied abroad. She didn't dance around things. If she liked something, she said it. If she hated it, same. Secrets weren't her style. Sorry. I don't like you. His voice was ice. Ju Chimeng's eyes went red instantly. She forced the tears back, holding his stare. A long moment passed. Just as they threatened to spill, she said quietly, sorry for bothering you all this time. Goodbye. She tossed him a wave, aiming for casual, and turned to leave. Watching her retreat, Huaishan's hands curled into fists at his sides. A few nights later, Ju Chimeng was home working on lesson plans when her phone rang. Huaishan. Chimengjie, you need to get to the club. Now the boss is completely wasted. Urgency thinned his voice. So send him home. Why call me? Worry crept into her tone, but she forced it back down. No, Chimengjie, he's calling your name. This is your shot. Huaishan dropped his voice, like someone handing over classified intel. He'd been feeding her info on Huaishan for ages. Secret allies. She dropped her pen. Wait for me. I'll be there fast. She hung up, threw on clothes in record time, and flew out the door. The drive normally took 20 minutes. She made it in 10. When she arrived at the club, the manager started toward her, but she was already sprinting up to the second floor. Huaishan stood outside the private room, his face lit up. Chimengjie, the boss mumbled your name a couple times while he was half out of it. When I asked him, he denied it. The rest is on you, and don't forget what you promised me. Ju Chimeng clapped his shoulder. Relax. I'll make sure your boss never feels lonely again. I'll give him a happy, fulfilled life. I won't forget. Alright. I'm out. He drank way too much. Look after him. Huaishan glanced back, uneasy. Come on. I'm not a monster. I'm not going to eat him alive. She shooed him. You totally are. He threw 3 more glances over his shoulder before disappearing. She shook a fist at his back, then stepped into the room. Inside, the light was dim, as if the whole world had been wrapped in gauze. Huaishan sprawled across the sofa, body slumped, looking exhausted. His eyes were shut, long lashes trembling like butterfly wings. Like even sleep couldn't give him peace. The top buttons of his white shirt were undone, bearing a sliver of toned chest. The faint ridges of muscle looked dangerously tempting in the low light. His usually stern, handsome face had softened under the alcohol. A faint, almost invisible smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. That smile shattered his whole cold tycoon image. Suddenly he looked like some lovesick rich boy who'd had his heart handed to him. Huaishan. Ju Chimeng crept closer and waved a hand in front of his face. checking if he was really out. The next second, his hand shot out and clamped around her wrist. His leg swung up, ready to strike. Ju Chiming screamed, "It's me, Ju Chiming, it's me." The yell snapped him halfway awake. His hazy eyes cleared a fraction. "You?" "Yes, me. Don't hit me." She was terrified. As soon as the words left her mouth, the man who'd been about to kick her let go of her hand and sagged back against the sofa, boneless and limp. Rubbing her wrist where he'd grabbed her, Ju Chiming stepped back and dropped onto the sofa next to him. "Even drunk, your survival instincts are insane," she muttered. She waited. The wasted man beside her didn't stir, so she finally risked inching closer. She jabbed his shoulder. "Hey, Fu Huaishan. You're this wasted. How am I supposed to get anything out of you? Can you at least give me a sign?" Shu Shaonan said, "You called my name. Do you actually like me or not? Because that day you sounded so final. What? Do you have a split personality or something?" She kept rambling, eventually sliding down to the floor beside the sprawled-out man. "The thing is, when you said you didn't like me, it really hurt, but I still want to give you a shot. I mean, look at me. I'm gorgeous. I've got a great personality. You'd be ridiculously happy with me. So listen. Ju Chiming, like you. If you like me back and want to date me, just make a sound like this." Before she could finish, the man who'd been completely motionless made a noise. Ju Chi. Then he trailed off and blacked out again. She waited for him to actually say her name, but nothing else came. "Seriously, you can't even finish a sentence. You are such a pain," she pouted. "But you did make a sound, so that means you agreed to be my boyfriend, got it?" Staring down at his unconscious face, a reckless impulse surged through her. She wanted something bold. Her voice softened. "Since you're my boyfriend now, it's fine if I kiss you, right?" Without another thought, she leaned down and pressed her lips gently against his. It was just a light peck, but to Ju Chiming, it meant everything. She covered her mouth like a kid, a stupid grin spreading across her face. But one kiss wasn't enough. Her eyes drifted back to his lips. He hadn't reacted at all the first time, so a second probably wouldn't matter either. She bent down again, her mouth meeting his with more certainty. This time, there was no caution. She kissed him boldly, fully, but just as she was about to pull away, the man who'd been dead drunk suddenly opened his eyes. In a flash, his big hand clamped onto the back of her head, locking her in place. Ju Chiming was caught off guard, but she didn't panic. Instead, she let herself get swept up in the sudden heat of him. His lips crushed against hers, the faint taste of alcohol flooding her mouth. Making her dizzy, she didn't resist. She kissed him back, their tongues tangling in a fierce push and pull. She wasn't a shy girl anymore. She was a woman chasing what she wanted. The kiss deepened, like they were pouring every last bit of passion into it. After a long moment, they finally broke apart. Ju Chiming collapsed limp against Fu Huaishan's chest, completely spent. Her cheeks flushed bright pink, but her eyes held no shame, only a burning, unsatisfied hunger. She stared straight at him, a trace of moisture still clinging to the corner of her mouth. "Fu Huaishan, quit pretending," she said bluntly. "You clearly have feelings for me." No filter, no hesitation. The accusation caught him off guard. His body was still weak from the alcohol, but as a soldier, his survival instincts were razor-sharp. He'd started regaining consciousness while she was chattering in his ear. And the moment she stole that first kiss, his mind snapped completely clear. But now, facing her bold interrogation, he was suddenly at a loss. Say something. Ju Chimeng pushed when he stayed silent, her eyes wide and impatient. Say what? His voice was low, rough. Say you like me, that you'll be my boyfriend. Ju Chimeng, I don't. She knew what was coming before the words could leave his mouth. She leaned in and pressed her lips to his again, shutting down the rejection. A few seconds later, she pulled back and glared at him. Can you stop being so wishy-washy? You obviously like me. Is it that hard to admit? So what if you're getting deployed for a few years? I'll wait for you. She got it all out in one breath, but then Fu Huaishan suddenly sat up, dragging her upright with him. His expression turned serious. How do you know about my deployment? Your parents told me. Oh, and by the way, I forgot to mention I already visited your parents. As your girlfriend. They really liked me, and while we were talking, your mom accidentally let it slip that you'd be deployed for a few years, so now I know. Fu Huaishan's face darkened. This girl had some nerve. He hadn't even agreed to anything, and she'd already shown up at his family home calling herself his girlfriend. Hey, why'd you go quiet again? Ju Chimeng was losing patience. Let me make this crystal clear, you're not using that deployment to push me away. He turned to face her, his voice deadly serious. My deployment has no set timeline. It could be 2 years, 5, maybe longer. I know that if it's short, I'll wait. That if it's long, I'll follow you. I'm not stupid. The conditions where I'm going are nothing like the capital, he added. She shrugged. I studied in the US and did volunteer teaching in African tribal villages. I think I know what rough conditions look like. She wasn't some delicate flower. She wasn't afraid. When she'd heard from his parents about his upcoming deployment, Ju Chimeng hadn't hesitated for a single second, but now she finally understood why he'd turned her down. What kind of girl would waste years waiting for a man who might never come back? Ju Chimeng wasn't that girl. If the mountain wouldn't come to her, she'd go to the mountain. No waiting. She'd chase what she wanted. You sure about this? Fu Huaishan watched her, a flicker of anticipation darkening his eyes. Her gaze locked onto his. Time froze. Then, without a breath of hesitation, she swung a leg over his lap and straddled him, her hands bracing against the back of the sofa, caging him in. Fu Huaishan, I'm sure. 100%. I'm not going anywhere. Her voice rang out crisp and steady, filling the private room. His reaction wasn't what she'd expected. He didn't pull her in. He went still, his brow furrowing, his eyes turning distant, like her words had sent him somewhere deep inside his own head. Her stomach dropped. She stared down at him, nerves sparking. Aren't you supposed to kiss me now? That snapped him out of it. He sat up fast, the sudden move yanking a gasp from her throat. His arms wrapped around her like iron, dragging her flush against his chest as if she might vanish. Remember what you said today. His voice was low, rough, leaving no room for argument. Before the words even settled, his mouth crashed into hers, hungry, devouring. Ju Chiming hadn't expected him to come at her that hard. For a heartbeat, she froze. Then his heat swept her under, and she kissed him back with everything she had. Their lips clashed, tongues tangling, each breath swallowed by the other. Their bodies moved on instinct, heat flaring between them. The air in the room thickened, turning hot and heavy just when the kiss threatened to burn into something more. Fu Huaishan tore himself away. Ju Chiming's eyes flew open, her lips were swollen, her head spinning. "What's wrong?" His breathing was ragged, a low growl of restraint. "Wait." She could feel his body taut with barely held control. A strange pulse ran through her, half thrill, half fear. He dragged in a breath, forcing his voice steady. "Not here." His gaze swept the room. It was private, sure, but it wasn't the right kind of private. Ju Chiming's face went crimson as she caught his meaning. Mortified heat crawled up her neck at how shameless she'd been. Without another word, he scooped her up. She clung to his neck, her heart hammering. "Where are we going?" Her voice came out small and shy. He said nothing, carrying her out into the hallway and straight into the elevator. She squeezed her eyes shut, too terrified to look, afraid someone would appear. Her pulse roared in her ears. The elevator stopped on the 4th floor. The door, he pressed his finger to the scanner. A soft chime, and the lock clicked open. The club, every high-level member had a private suite. He carried her inside. The lighting was low and golden, draping the room in quiet. A small night light cast a warm glow on the bedside table. Gently, he set her down on the plush bed. "This is my room," he said, voice low. She glanced around. "Oh, so you've got a place here too," he cut her off. "You're only the second person to ever step inside." Her heart soared. Whatever doubts still clung to her vanished. He walked to the bedside table, popped a pill from a small bottle, and swallowed it. "What was that?" she asked, frowning. "Hangover meds." "You're not drunk, why would you need that?" She looked at him. There wasn't a trace of alcohol in his sharp eyes. His gaze darkened. "You'll see." In one pull, he stripped off his shirt, revealing a powerful, cut frame. Ju Chiming's eyes went wide, pure appreciation flickering across her face. Muscle and sinew shifted under the warm light, hypnotic. Before she could stop herself, her hand lifted, reaching. Just as her fingers were about to graze his abs, his hand closed around her wrist, trapping her wandering touch. She snapped back to reality, her face burning like a ripe apple ready for a bite. Fu Huaishan thought it, and then did it. His body came down, pressing her into the center of the bed. Not an inch of space between them. Ju Chiming looked up at him, her earlier bravado completely gone. She was nothing but soft submission now, breathless and flushed. "If anything feels off, tell me," he said, voice strained. Sweat already glistened on his sun-bronzed skin. She had no words left. She could only nod. His tenderness unraveled her fear thread by thread, and she melted into his rhythm, letting him carry her higher, and higher, and higher. Later, Ju Chiming finally understood exactly why he'd taken that hangover pill, because once alcohol was off the table, Fu Huaishan was a pure predator, the kind who made sure nothing was left of her by the time he was done. She used to think those novels were exaggerating when they talked about a sleepless night, but as dawn broke and the man still showed no sign of stopping, she finally understood. Those writers weren't amateurs after all. People said a man who'd tasted the forbidden fruit was dangerous. A man who'd tasted it and gone through military training, an entirely different kind of monster. His stamina was beyond anything she'd imagined. By the time sunlight flooded the room, he finally called a truce. He pulled her into his arms, and they both crashed. The next day they woke up, checked out of the hotel, and headed straight for the marriage bureau. With marriage rates so low, the staff practically lunged at anyone who walked in to register. They worked like the couple might bolt at any second. 10 minutes later, she was holding 2 marriage certificates in her hands. She stepped outside and stared down at them, a swirl of emotions rising in her chest. Before she could stop herself, she murmured, "That's it? I'm married now. If your stamina were better, we could have grabbed these 6 hours ago." The low voice beside her carried unmistakable weight. Her face went bright red. "This is your fault, honey." The man had an endless appetite, and now he was blaming her for not keeping up. Ridiculous. He looked completely refreshed. She, on the other hand, had barely been allowed to sleep. So unfair. Catching the resentful look on his wife's face, the man let a slow, indulgent smile spread. "Fine. My fault. Let me take you home first. I need to head back to the military district to handle a few things. I'll visit your parents soon, alright?" They'd both been MIA for a full day. The man held an important post, and he needed to get back to work. She thought about it for a second. "Forget it. Drop me off at school. I played hooky today too." He nodded, took her hand, and led her toward the parking lot. By the time she got to school, the afternoon was already half over. 2 more classes and the students would be dismissed. She had barely settled into her office chair when the principal summoned her in the principal's office. She stood with her head down. The principal glared at his problem subordinate, and his daughter. "Young lady, you didn't come home last night, and you missed work. Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" He was furious, but he still couldn't quite bring himself to get truly harsh with his own child. "Principal, I didn't come home because I was on a date, and as for missing work, I sent you a message asking for leave. So technically, it's approved leave, not skipping." She stated it with absolute certainty. The principal nearly blew a fuse. "What did you just say?" "You were on a date. With who, and where?" He didn't even bother to sit. He shot to his feet, crossed the room, and stared with wide eyes. She pulled the blazing red certificate from her pocket and held it out respectfully with both hands. "Father, please take a look." The thing in front of him was blinding. The principal almost collapsed. He only steadied himself by grabbing the arm of the sofa. "You already got the marriage certificate?" He had barely recovered from the shock of hearing she was dating, and now she had gone and taken the final, irreversible step. Married. Any parent would struggle to process that kind of whiplash. "Yep. Just got it half an hour ago," she answered honestly. "But don't worry, Dad, that person and we're forever." Forever? The principal clearly didn't buy into forever when it came to marriage. "Do you even know what forever means? How long have you even been seeing this guy that you're so sure you won't get divorced?" He clutched his chest, pained. "My silly girl, how could you be this naive? A man's forever is not something you can trust blindly." "No, Dad, military marriages can't be dissolved, so isn't that exactly what forever is?" "Military marriage? You married a soldier?" His voice pitched even higher in disbelief. One bomb after another. The principal was genuinely grateful he didn't have a heart condition, because this kind of shock would have killed him on the spot. She was his only daughter, spoiled since she was a little girl. She'd been back from the US for less than 2 years. And now she was married to a soldier who would be gone most of the time. This was going to be the death of him. Give it to me, I need to see who you married. Once he recovered, his first priority was identifying exactly which black-hearted pig had stolen his precious daughter. If the guy wasn't up to standard, military marriage or not, he'd find a way to get her out of it. She watched her father's face cycle from white to red and back again, totally bewildered, until he barked at her once more. She obediently handed over the certificate. He snatched it, shot her a sharp glare, and flipped open the cover. The moment he saw who the man was, his aging face lit up with unmistakable joy. "Dad, is this son-in-law acceptable?" she asked quietly. The principal stared at the photo without even looking up. Acceptable, very acceptable. A son-in-law like that man. If he wasn't satisfied with that, the entire country would probably skin him alive. Young, high-ranking, powerful background, clean record. Everyone called him the kind of man other people's parents wished they had. "So you're not angry anymore?" she pressed, his eyes still glued to the certificate. He waved a dismissive hand. "Not angry? Who said I'm not angry?" It was only then he realized his slip. He cleared his throat and forced his stern father face back into place. "So, you two just went and got the certificate without even telling us parents first?" Seeing that her father had more or less calmed down, she quickly stepped closer. "The man had military business, but he said he'd come to the house to meet you both soon." "That's more like it. Fine. Go check on your class. If everything's in order, come home early. I'll have your mother cook a few extra dishes." The principal kept a straight face, but inside he was already walking on air. Getting married on impulse was one thing, but the man himself, absolutely no complaints there. That balanced the scales. "Okay, I'm going right now." Watching his daughter skip out of the office, the principal was hit with a tangled rush of joy and worry all at once. School let out. 2 students were leaving the classroom when they bumped into her, beaming from ear to ear. "Hello, teacher." "Hello, teacher." "Hello, hello." She spotted one of the students and suddenly remembered something. She caught her by the arm before she could walk away. "Something wrong, teacher?" the student asked. She nodded, glanced around with an air of playful mystery, then leaned in and whispered straight into her ear. "Hello there, new family member. It's done. We got the license." Liu Ting's face was practically glowing. Yunshu gave her a thumbs up. "I'll take you both out to dinner soon. You're my matchmakers. After all, sounds good." Ji Hongxian stood off to the side, watching the two of them crack up with no clue what was so funny. Fu Huaishan had a meeting that morning, so Li Jun was on driving duty. As they left the academic building, Ji Hongxian checked an incoming message and turned to Yunshu. "Master, Mu Yun wants that cake from downtown. Mind if I catch a ride?" "Sure, get in." They were passing through downtown anyway, no big deal. The two of them climbed into the back seat. Ji Hongxian remembered the system upgrade job he'd taken a couple of days ago. He pulled up the app on his phone and handed it over. "Master, for this company's system upgrade, I'm thinking of leading with a proactive ad push. What do you think?" She listened to his pitch and started scrolling through the code. She'd barely read a few lines when her head went light, her chest clamped tight, and all the color drained from her face. Master, what's wrong? Ji Hongxian caught it instantly. She waved him off and tried to answer, but a wave of nausea rolled through her. She pressed a hand over her mouth and motioned at him with the other. Up front, Li Jun had his eyes on the road. The second Ji Hongxian spoke up, he caught the shift in the rearview mirror. He pulled over immediately. There's a bag under the seat. Use it if you need to. I'm taking you to the hospital right now. Ji Hongxian bent down, grabbed the bag, and held it out. Yunshu pushed it aside, took a few slow, deep breaths, and the nausea finally eased enough for her to speak. Get me some water. She sagged back against the seat. Her lips pale. Ji Hongxian was already on it. He cracked a bottle open and passed it to her. Master, are you car sick? I don't get car sick. She'd been in and driven everything, cars, planes, armored vehicles, in some of the roughest conditions imaginable. Today she was in a luxury sedan on smooth asphalt. This was a first. Yeah, that's weird. I was with you when you drove before. You were fine even at high speed. And Uncle Li was driving totally normal just now. So what's going on? The time they'd driven Shangfu Muse to the competition, Ji Hongxian had experienced Yunshu's driving firsthand. She'd been completely at ease at speed. So what was this? Some kind of delayed stress reaction. Li Jun got her to Central Hospital fast. The Fu Group held a major stake there, so the director himself took her case. He asked a few questions, then ordered blood work. While they waited, both Ji Hongxian and Li Jun stood rigid with tension. Yunshu pulled out her phone and called Fu Huaishan. She kept it brief, just told him to come to the hospital. The man on the other end didn't ask a single question. He walked out of his meeting and was on his way. She already had a strong suspicion about the nausea, but confirming it at the hospital was the right move. The blood test results and Fu Huaishan's arrival hit at nearly the same moment. They were in the director's office. Yunshu sat quietly on the couch. Fu Huaishan gripped her hand, his face tight as he fixed his stare on Director Jiang. His voice came out low. Director Jiang, what's wrong with my wife? The director studied the report, and a wide, delighted smile spread across his face. He stood. Congratulations, Mr. Fu. Your wife is pregnant, about 5 weeks along. Yunshu didn't look shocked, or even particularly excited. She'd suspected it before they arrived. Her body had been sending signals lately, small ones, but unmistakable. And 5 weeks tracked perfectly with that day in the group's executive lounge. Her first time being intimate with Fu Huaishan after returning to this world. But if she was calm, Fu Huaishan was the complete opposite. When the word pregnant landed, a flicker of shock crossed his face. The tightness in his brow froze solid for a beat. Then, slowly, the tension melted away, like he needed a moment to process something so sudden and so huge. Pregnant. He murmured the word as if it were foreign and deeply familiar all at once. His gaze shifted from the director to Yunshu on the couch. Her reflection filled his dark eyes. Director Jiang quietly excused himself and slipped out, pulling the door shut behind him. Silence settled over the room. Just the two of them. She stayed where she was, watching him. He stood before her, tall and still, His face caught somewhere between tension and a joy too big for words. Even the usually unflappable Yun Shu felt a faint smile tug at her lips. So, she said softly, "Soon to be dad, congratulations, that did it." Fu Huaishan's throat tightened. His voice came out rough. "Wife." The single word carried a universe of tenderness and love. He reached for her, but just as his arms were about to close around her, he remembered the tiny life growing inside. His hand snapped back like he'd been burned. He crouched, bringing his eyes level with hers. His gaze locked onto her, and the light in his eyes burned brighter than any diamond behind glass. "Wife, I don't know what to say. I love you so much." His voice scraped out, raw and unsteady. A swell of warmth swept through Yun Shu's chest. She smiled, straightened up, and didn't hesitate. She pressed her lips to his cool, thin mouth. The kiss was quick but fierce. It poured out every ounce of love between them. Her warm lips on his seemed to quiet the chaos that single word "pregnant" had set off inside him. In that moment, the world shrank to just the two of them. Back inside the car, heading toward Yujing Garden, Yun Shu sat in Fu Huaishan's lap. On any other day, he would have leaned down and kissed her long before now, but today was different. He sat so rigidly straight that his spine felt like a rod of steel, his arms wrapped around her with a stiffness born of utter terror, as if the slightest bend might somehow bruise the precious life they'd just discovered. "Fu Huaishan, I'm really not that fragile." Yun Shu couldn't help teasing him when she saw the worry practically etched into his face. "My body's not." She was about to insist she was fine when another wave of nausea rolled through her stomach. "Li Jun, slower," Fu Huaishan snapped, his frown deepening. Li Jun, who was driving, let out a silent sigh. He'd already slowed the Rolls-Royce to a crawl, practically a motorized tricycle. How much slower did the boss want? Fu Huaishan's expression was wound tight. "Wife, maybe we should just check you into the hospital." Yun Shu quickly waved her hands. No, this is totally normal. Didn't Director Jiang just say so? It comes and goes. Once it passes, I'll be fine. She was only 5 weeks along. If she checked in now, she'd spend the rest of her pregnancy in a hospital bed. But it makes you uncomfortable. Fu Huaishan couldn't stand the thought of her feeling even an instant of distress. "Fu Huaishan, almost every pregnant woman goes through this. Can we just take it in stride?" This was the man who steered the Fu Corporation like it was a speedboat, but now that she had a touch of morning sickness, he was unraveling. The next 9 months were going to feel like 9 years to him, weren't they? Her words made him try to calm down. He took several deep breaths, and still didn't relax. The whole ride home, Yun Shu did her best to soothe the man beside her, as if he were the one who needed pampering. When they reached Royal View Estate, Fu Huaishan personally lifted her out of the car. The second her feet touched the ground, she froze. A carpet over 30 feet wide stretched from the main entrance to every place she visited: the stables, the garden, the koi pond, the fountain, everywhere. The fountain platform in front of the main building was wrapped in heavy padding. The cobblestones that had lined the garden paths were gone. Even the hand-carved main doors were covered in thick layers of foam. She didn't dare imagine what waited for her inside. "Fu Huaishan, you've done a wonderful job with this," Yun Shu said, her voice warm. Inwardly, she thought he was overreacting, But she had to acknowledge the effort. If turning the estate into a padded playpen eased his anxiety, it was worth it. She'd underestimated just how deep his worry ran. Instead of relaxing at her compliment, his expression grew even more strained. Li Jun, have someone pull out every plant taller than calf height. They're blocking the sight lines, Fu Huaishan ordered. Before Li Jun could respond, Yun Shu raised a hand to stop him. Honey, don't pull the flowers yet. I'm hungry. All right. His focus finally shifted from the plants to her. As they stepped into the main building, Li Jun nearly mourned for those expensive cultivated plants. News of Yun Shu's pregnancy had spread to every staff member before they even returned, when Fu Huaishan ordered the entire estate renovated. The servants were overjoyed. Yun Shu didn't talk much, but she always treated them well, and they were deeply grateful. Working for a wealthy family wasn't easy. If you got stuck with a difficult master, it was worse than any menial job outside. Now the whole household was on high alert. The kitchen staff alone had held several meetings just to plan the best meals for her pregnancy. Case in point, a full table of meat dishes had just been served, but the smell made her nauseous. Within 2 minutes, every dish was replaced with light, refreshing food. Their speed would have impressed a military unit. She managed 2 small bowls of kanji, and her stomach settled. She had just set down her bowl when Master Fu's voice boomed from the entrance. Where the hell was that grandson of mine before this? My Yua is pregnant and she's still going to school. Doesn't he know to bring the teachers here? The old man grumbled as he strode in. When he saw that every sharp corner in the building had been swaddled in padding or foam, his expression softened slightly. Fu Huaishan rose to greet him. Yun Shu started to get up, but Fu Huaishan stopped her. Wife, stay seated. Grandfather won't mind. That's right, you just stay put, Master Fu said, moving toward her. Before she could reply, the butler followed close behind. Grandfather. Grandfather. They both spoke. Fu Huaishan remained standing, and Yun Shu stayed seated as instructed. The old man shot a glare at his grandson, then turned to Yun Shu with a kind expression and settled beside her. Girl, why did Director Jiang say your nausea is so bad? Master Fu's eyes brimmed with concern. It's nothing, Grandfather. I just get a little car sick. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal, it's a huge deal. He lowered his voice, as if afraid his thunderous tone might frighten the tiny great-grandchild in her belly. He jabbed a finger at Fu Huaishan. Let me tell you something. Don't you dare take her symptoms lightly. If I catch you slacking off even a little, I'll deal with you. He rapped his cane sharply on the floor, the sound crisp and final. Grandfather, I won't, Fu Huaishan said, his voice full of gravity. The truth was, from the instant he learned Yun Shu was pregnant, he'd already mapped out 100 ways to care for her. Good. Yua gets car sick, so from now on, use the helicopter when you go out. Arrange it ahead of time so she's never uncomfortable. Your company keeps you busy, but that's no excuse. Hire more help if you have to. Your top priority now is my granddaughter-in-law and my great-grandchild. Understood? And her meals. Master Fu launched into a stream of instructions, and Fu Huaishan listened like a student taking notes. Yun Shu watched the scene and realized she'd been wrong. She'd thought Fu Huaishan was overreacting, but her grandfather-in-law was the true master of making a mountain out of a molehill. And most importantly, the old man went on, Yua is carrying your child now. You two have the marriage certificate, but don't you still owe her a wedding? Master Fu had wanted to announce this union to the world for ages, but Yun Shu had been injured and unconscious for so long. Grandfather, the wedding is already being planned, Fu Huaishan said. He'd put it on the agenda the very day she woke from her coma. Yun Shu looked at him, surprised. If she hadn't discovered the pregnancy today, this man would have surprised her with a wedding she never saw coming. Hearing that Fu Huaishan had already handled the wedding preparations, the old man's expression softened. Good, make it beautiful. Yun Shu's wedding has to be perfect. Don't worry, grandfather. The butler stepped forward with a beaming smile. Sir, Master Fu, Madam, according to the lunar calendar, early next month is an especially auspicious day. The old man decided on the spot. Then early next month it is done. Ever since she got pregnant, Yun Shu tired easily. She used to stay awake until 10, but now she could barely keep her eyes open right after dinner. School was completely out of the question. Her studies were on hold again. She was eating very little these days, but the exhaustion hit hard. Her energy stayed low. The only time she felt even slightly like herself was during her daily walk after dinner. A week before the wedding, the Fu Corporation's official website announced the marriage news. Within minutes, it became the top headline on every major media platform. It wasn't an exaggeration to say the entire country knew. Comment sections exploded. Platforms couldn't even track the numbers anymore. OMG, I thought they were just dating. There was never an official relationship announcement. How did we jump straight to wedding news? Wait, the Su Group partnered with the Fu Corporation a while back. Were they already together before that? Right, Fu Huaishan's first ever Weibo post was that hand-touching photo. Was that seriously the start of their relationship? Fu Huaishan has never had a public relationship. How does he just announce a wedding out of nowhere? My dream man. You think it's a business merger, no real feelings? That one out-of-place comment instantly grabbed everyone's attention, but nobody cared about the business merger jab. They all just questioned whether this person had a functioning brain cell. Honey, are you new in town? She has to be. Doesn't she know the Fu Corporation has zero need for a business marriage? This is clearly a love match. I go to the same school. I can vouch. Yun Shu is outstanding and absolutely gorgeous. They're a perfect pair. I can vouch too. I'm a security guard at the school. Mr. Fu picked Yun Shu up from school almost every day. That's full-on pursuit, not convenience. Oh my God, Fu Huaishan is that devoted. Yun Shu must be a truly incredible woman to make him fall that hard. I'm declaring Yun Shu my goddess from now on, the goddess who married my prince. In an instant, everyone who'd assumed it was just a business marriage with no real feelings did a total 180 and joined the fan club. The storyline of a wealthy heir and a high society heiress, too addictive to resist. The school, Yun Shu had officially withdrawn, but with the wedding announcement, nobody on campus was more excited than her own classmates. Liu Ting kept refreshing her phone, scrolling through comments and squealing with delight. Back when Yun Shu was in our class, kids from other classes wouldn't even glance at us. Now, every single person walking by can't stop staring. Right, Those idiots who used to say Yun Shu was just Fu Huaishan's plaything must be choking on their own words by now. Ever since word spread that Fu Huaishan had come to school and spent time alone with Yun Shu in the principal's office, most of the campus assumed she was just a temporary diversion, something new for him to sample. They said she was deliberately playing hard to get, and that's why he kept showing up. The gossip behind her back was disgusting. When she was in a coma and stopped coming to school, the rumors ran wild, saying Fu Huaishan got bored and sold her off to human traffickers in northern Myanmar, or that she got knocked up and was hiding in shame. But now, with the Fu Corporation's wedding announcement, everyone who loved running their mouths got a vicious slap in the face. It was pure satisfaction. Anyone who dares say my girl married up is gonna lose teeth. Mu Yun bounced around the classroom, shouting at the top of her lungs. My girl is drop-dead gorgeous and crazy talented. Fu Huaishan chased her. Not the other way around. Keep your eyes open from now on. Alright. Nobody's badmouthing your girl. Li Jun quickly pulled her down from the chair she was standing on. Yeah, Mu Yun. We're not saying anything bad about Yun Shu. We're talking about the people who used to trash her, Liu Ting added. I know that, but I still need to warn a few people not to stir up trouble behind the scenes, otherwise, next time I won't just use words. Mu Yun shot a glare toward the back of the classroom. A girl was hunched over a book, pretending to study. She was the one who had posted on the school forum that Yun Shu got knocked up and all that nasty garbage. Li Jun had tracked her down. After Mu Yun tore into her, the girl finally deleted the posts and issued a public apology. Liu Ting also looked at that girl and chimed in, yeah, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just spew whatever you want. Even though everyone in the class had already frozen that girl out, Liu Ting couldn't help adding her 2 cents. The next day, Yun Shu was still half asleep when she felt the man beside her get out of bed. She opened her eyes. Wife, did I wake you? She'd barely lifted her eyelids, but Fu Huaishan, who was about to get dressed, noticed right away. No, I just woke up. She was sleeping so deeply now. Before, she'd sense even the slightest movement, but now her reactions were sluggish. If she hadn't gone to bed at 9 last night, she probably wouldn't have woken up until 11 today. Are you hungry? I'll go get you some snacks. He had only pulled on his pants, his shirt still off, his toned body on full display while he was already focused on her needs. No need. I'll come down in a bit. Alright. I'll go with you. Yun Shu sat up and leaned against the headboard. Are you still not going to the office today? This man hadn't set foot in the company since the day he found out she was pregnant. He only handled work during her afternoon naps. Meetings were either postponed or moved up. Whenever she was awake, Fu Huaishan completely abandoned his work and devoted himself entirely to taking care of her, attending to every tiny detail. 2 days ago, when she went to his study to look for something, she saw a thick stack of pregnancy books on his desk. She flipped through one at random. Every page had his handwritten notes and sticky tabs, way more than the annotations in her own textbooks. Her pregnancy had turned Fu Huaishan into a soldier on a battlefield. The war wouldn't end until the baby was safe in her arms. No, he shook his head without a second's hesitation. He wrapped his hand around the warm glass on the nightstand and pressed it into her palm. Drink first. It'll soothe your throat. Then I'll go with you to wash up. I don't need company. I can manage. The bathroom floor was now covered with bath mats, and even the slippers had been swapped for grip-soled ones. Still, Fu Huaishan couldn't settle. Wife, listen to me. There was no room for argument. He refused to let Yun Shu do a single thing alone. The worry carved into his handsome face finally cracked her resistance. She let him guide her through washing up, changing clothes, and heading downstairs for breakfast. The day before, Master Fu had sent doctors from the hospital to examine Yun Shu. They'd also brought a special medication formulated for pregnancy, completely safe for the baby. It strengthened the mother's immune system, balanced stomach acid, and shut down morning sickness cold. After just 2 doses, Yun Shu felt dramatically better. Now when she saw meat dishes, instead of queasiness, she craved them. For the first time in over a week, meat appeared on the breakfast table. The spread lit up her eyes with pure delight. Fu Huaishan worried she might overdo it, so as he served her, he watched her face like a hawk. But the meal ended without a flicker of discomfort. She ate with real enthusiasm. The only slight issue was a comfortably full stomach. Nothing else. Fu Huaishan, let's go for a walk. She stood, ready to head outside. Stuffed after breakfast, she was probably the only one sure. He set down his napkin, his voice indulgent and warm. Hand in hand, they walked into the garden. The morning air was crisp, and a riot of exotic flowers and rare plants bloomed in vivid competition. The view was breathtaking. Surrounded by all that vibrant green, her mood lifted. Yun Shu silently thanked herself for stopping Fu Huaishan from tearing it all out. Just then, the driver stepped into the garden. Sir. Madam. What is it? The man's tone dropped. Sir, the delegation from the M country conglomerate has arrived. Should we postpone the meeting, or postpone it? Wait. They spoke at the same time. You haven't been to the office in forever. Go today. I'll be fine. Yun Shu said. It's fine. I don't need to go. Right now, even if Fu Corporation's stock tanked, it wouldn't matter more than Yun Shu. Delaying a meeting wouldn't crater share prices anyway. If you're that worried, take me with you. I'm getting bored stuck at home. Fu Huaishan thought for 2 seconds, then nodded. Fine. Do it. Prep the private jet. Hold on. Yun Shu stopped him again. I'm not nauseous anymore. You saw how well I ate just now. We'll take the car. Drive slowly. That's all. Are you sure? He studied her, concern etched into his face. Yun Shu nodded. I'm sure. It's fine. All right, we'll take the car, but the private jet stays on standby. If you feel uncomfortable for even a second, we turn around immediately. This time she didn't argue. Let him have his way. Otherwise, they'd never leave the house. 2 hours later. After exhaustive preparations, they finally set out for the office. Fu Huaishan even brought 2 doctors along. The entire drive, the chauffeur crawled forward at bicycle speed, his hands practically shaking on the wheel. The trip from Jingyuan Garden to the office normally took 30 minutes. Fu Huaishan asked Yun Shu at least a dozen times if she felt any discomfort since starting that special medication. She hadn't had a single wave of nausea. When they finally pulled up in front of the Fu Corporation building, it was exactly lunchtime. Employees were streaming downstairs, heading toward the food street across the road for their break. "Oh my God, the CEO's motorcade is here." A group of female employees spotted it and stopped dead. "Wow, he hasn't shown his face since the wedding announcement. Guess Mr. CEO is finally back to work. I'd kill to see what his wife actually looks like in real life," one of them said. "Give it up. Why would she ever come to the office? You're better off checking photos online faster." "Those online photos are ancient. What can you even see?" After the wedding announcement, someone had dug up Yunshu's pictures, but there was only one, a freshman year registration photo. Nothing recent existed at all. Hurry, look, the CEO isn't using his private entrance today." One employee shrieked and bolted toward the main doors. The others chased after her. Fu Huaishan rarely showed himself in front of rank-and-file employees. He always used his private entrance. His office was on the top floor, and meetings were held in the executive conference room up there. He'd only made an appearance at the annual company dinner twice. Walking through the main entrance was a genuinely rare event. Inside the car, Fu Huaishan's voice turned ice-cold, aimed at the miserable driver. "Your year-end bonus is docked." "Sir, I swear I didn't know the elevator would be down for maintenance today. Who the hell scheduled maintenance for today?" The driver was speechless. Yunshu patted his hand. "Fu Huaishan, calm down. It's not the driver's fault. The whole plan had been spur of the moment." After all, before Fu Huaishan could respond, the driver rushed to say, "Thank you, madam. Thank God, the boss might be ready to bite someone's head off, but his wife had a clear head." The crowd of employees buzzed with speculation as they realized no one was getting out of the car, but then, the car door swung open. A man in a black suit, a long coat draped over his shoulders, stepped out on long legs. Then he reached a large hand back inside. A pale, delicate hand slipped into his palm. In the next heartbeat, Yunshu appeared in everyone's line of sight. Winter always came early to the capital. It was as if the entire city had been swallowed by cold overnight. Today, the temperature had plunged to 5 degrees. The sharp bite of winter was unmistakable. Yunshu wore an oat-colored coat that fell just past her knees, warm and elegant. The collar was casually folded back, revealing a cream-colored high-neck wool sweater. The soft knit perfectly traced her jawline, adding warmth and softness. Below that, she wore dark gray fleece-lined leggings that hugged her slender legs, showing off their long, graceful lines. She wore flat ankle boots trimmed with fur that stirred gently in the cold wind, giving her outfit an almost weightless movement. The breeze caught her loose hair. A few strands clung stubbornly to her forehead. Her complexion was cool and fair, practically luminous, smooth as if it had been kissed by frost. Her long lashes curved up, light as wings, giving her eyes a depth that was nearly hypnotic. But it was her eyes that really seized attention, startlingly bright, with a cold, captivating beauty that made it impossible to look away. She wore no makeup at all. Yet somehow, she was even more stunning than a fully painted face. Compared to that enrollment photo, she looked like an entirely different person. Standing beside her, Fu Huaishan was tall and strikingly handsome. But Yunshu wasn't overshadowed in the slightest. She radiated an equal presence, powerful enough to make anyone stop and stare. "Oh my God, It's the CEO and his wife, someone shrieked. Voices exploded everywhere. Wow, our CEO's wife is this gorgeous. That came from the girl who'd asked to see her in person earlier. Well, forget my expensive plastic surgery. I'm outclassed. It's the madam. Someone shouted madam, and the rest immediately joined in. Welcome, madam. Welcome, madam. Yun Shu smiled back at them, waving easily as she returned their greetings. The entrance turned into a full-blown spectacle. More employees streamed over by the second. The man beside her pulled her close. Let's go upstairs, sweetheart. There are too many people here. The bodyguards had already cleared a path. Fu Huaishan guided Yun Shu toward the elevator, leaving behind a swarm of employees who'd only caught a fleeting glimpse of her real face. They were practically jumping for joy. She looks cold, but her smile is so pretty. I know, right? She smiled at me just now. Her eyes are incredible. She doesn't even need makeup to make the rest of us feel inadequate. Imagine if she actually wore some. Did you notice? The CEO seems genuinely protective of her. The way he's so careful around her, honestly enviable. And here's the thing, standing next to him, she totally holds her own. Her presence doesn't dim at all beside his. They're perfect together. Yun Shu had no idea that after that brief appearance, she just earned herself a quiet little fan club inside the corporation. It wasn't until they reached the top floor that the tension finally eased from Fu Huaishan's expression. In the office, he sat at his desk reviewing reports. Yun Shu lounged comfortably in the break room after lunch. Fu Huaishan left for a meeting, but less than a minute later, he was back. Sweetheart, if you're sleepy, take a nap in the lounge. I'll be back soon. I know. She'd only dozed off earlier. She wasn't ready to sleep yet. Fu Huaishan took a plate of freshly delivered fruit from the attendant and set it on the coffee table in front of her. Eat some fruit, sweetheart. And remember to take your vitamins later. Do you even know the order for those vitamins? He asked, frowning. Aren't they all taken at once? His temple pulsed. He turned to look at the attendant. Postpone the meeting. No, tell me. I'll remember. The meeting was already scheduled. Holding it up just for vitamins, that was way too much. Yun Shu quickly stopped him. Fine. Then come with me to the conference room. I'll give you the vitamins in order myself, Fu Huaishan said, his tone final. Yun Shu blinked. Well, if this was the only way to get her vitamins, then she supposed she'd be the first person ever to crash a meeting for a handful of pills. When they entered the conference room, every head turned. Good morning, CEO. Good morning, madam. Good morning, CEO. Good morning, madam. Everyone rose to greet them with careful respect. Fu Huaishan gave a slight nod. Yun Shu offered a faint smile. The attendant had already brought the man's office chair into the meeting room. Sweetheart, sit. Fu Huaishan helped her into the seat, then draped a light blanket over her lap. Once she was settled, he lifted his hand. Only then did the executives sit down, one by one. Curiosity simmered beneath their professional expressions. No one dared show it. They swallowed their questions in silence. This was the first meeting of the day. Fu Huaishan needed to lock down the pre-wedding arrangements, and the agenda was packed, but halfway through, everyone noticed a pattern. Every 10 minutes, Fu Huaishan would pause. He'd open a small case he carried, take out a pill, and feed Yunshu a vitamin himself. After the sixth one, he waved a hand and called a break. He took Yunshu back to the office because she'd started yawning. Only after she was fully asleep did he return to the conference room. The remainder of the meeting was even more intense than before. Speaking times were slashed, his responses shrank to just a few clipped words. The executives experienced, for the first time, what a true speed meeting felt like. During the second collaboration meeting that afternoon, Huaishan slipped back to the office once to confirm Yunshu was still asleep. Then he returned to work immediately. And in that second meeting, the client on the other end of the line got thoroughly dismantled by Huaishan's relentless pace. 3 days flew by and finally, their wedding day arrived. It was the cold season in the capital. To keep the ceremony undisturbed, Huaishan chose a picturesque island as the venue. The island was a company-developed nature reserve, breathtakingly beautiful and pleasantly warm, perfect for a wedding. Huaishan had personally designed the entire layout, then handed it off to the top wedding team to bring to life. With their meticulous work, the whole island was wrapped in a dreamlike, romantic atmosphere. Those wealthy socialites who'd secretly carried a torch for Huaishan were devastated the moment they heard how lavish his wedding was going to be. They wept in waves. Countless hopeful girls were stunned by his grand gesture, drowning in envy and jealousy, turning into sour lemons. Overnight. Now, looking across the island, it was a sea of flowers stunning beyond words. Roses, the emblem of love, bloomed everywhere. Giant pink balloons covered nearly half the sky, adding a warm, romantic brushstroke to the entire scene. And Yunshu's wedding dress, it was simply stunning. The wedding gown was designed by a renowned fashion designer and handcrafted by over 30 master artisans. Every diamond on the gown and veil was real and priceless. The train alone cost 8 figures. Wedding gifts for the couple had already filled several enormous warehouses, each under heavy guard. In the bridal dressing room, soft light spilled over Yunshu. She wore the white gown like a bride from a myth. The skirt floated like clouds. Layers of lace, pearls, and diamonds poured on the luxury. She sat quietly before the mirror, letting a professional makeup team work their magic for today's ceremony. Delicate brushes and premium products sculpted her already beautiful features into something breathtaking. Yoon and Ju Chimeng stood nearby, staring at her reflection with undisguised envy. Her skin glowed, her lashes fluttered like butterfly wings. Her eyes were clear and bright. Her lips held a soft pink gloss, dewy and fresh. She was captivating, the kind of beauty that made people stop and stared. Yoon and Ju Chimeng couldn't help sighing. She looked like a bride pulled straight from a fairy tale. Even the makeup artist, who had seen plenty of stunning women, couldn't hold back. "Miss, you're so beautiful, I'm at a loss for words." "Thank you," Yunshu said with a small smile. "Hey, Yunshu, don't smile." Yoon's face flushed. She waved her hands frantically. "You're already gorgeous, but when you smile, I swear, I might faint." Yunshu and Ju Chimeng turned toward the shriek, staring at Yoon in confusion. She was locked on Yunshu, eyes wide with awe. Yunshu shifted in her seat. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Yoon waved harder. No, it's just, you're so beautiful when you smile. It's even more lethal. I'm afraid I won't survive. Yun Shu laughed. Mu Yun, aren't you exaggerating? I'm not, eldest miss. You really are stunning today. Ju Chimeng chimed in. She's right. Yun Shu, you look incredible. Yun Shu looked at both of them and saw the honesty in their faces. The doubt slipped away. She turned back to the mirror and studied herself carefully. She thought about the parallel world, how she'd disguised herself in so many roles for different missions, but never a bride in 2 hours. She would stand beside Fu Huaishan as his wife. The sweetness of that thought surged through her, and a happy smile spread across her face. Just then, Shen Yishuan and Ji Hongxian entered after knocking Dres Yun Shu's family. They'd be guarding the door later, demanding red envelopes from the groom. Holy crap, sis, you're gorgeous. Shen Yishuan's eyes went wide when he saw her. Then a thought landed. He elbowed Ji Hongxian. Hongxian, we need to ask for a bigger red envelope. My sister's this beautiful, can't let my brother-in-law off easy. The room burst into laughter. Shen Yishuan, how did your brain even make that jump? Mu Yun stared at him in disbelief. Ju Chimeng giggled. Right? First sentence, sis, you're a goddess. Second sentence, gimme cash. That's some fast thinking. Yun Shu, now fully made up, walked to the table and sat down. She picked up a slice of fruit, chewed slowly, and gave her brother a sly smile. Your brother-in-law doesn't have any money. It's all with me. The moment she finished, Shen Yishuan dropped to his knees and slid across the floor like he was stealing a base, landing right beside her wedding dress with a fawning grin. My sister is the boss from now on. I only listen to her. Everyone froze for a second, then cracked up. Even Yun Shu, who'd been a little nervous inside, felt herself relax. Her smile turned natural. Outside at the wedding venue, Li Jun and Liu Ting were running themselves ragged, checking every corner to make sure nothing went wrong. The ceremony was about to start, and final preparations were underway. Everyone's nerves were frayed, but no one dared slack off. Guests filtered in through the entrance, dressed in their finest, smiles fixed, eager for the grand event. Bodyguards and security stayed at their posts, eyes sharp. In the groom's dressing room, Fu Huaishan stood by the window in his ornate wedding suit, gazing toward the bridal room in the distance. He pulled out his phone and dialed. It rang a few times before she picked up. Hey, wife, he said softly. What's up? Are you tired? You feeling okay? His brow furrowed. Yun Shu sighed inside. She knew he was worrying about her health. I'm fine. I only got up a little while ago. All I've done is change into the dress and sit for makeup. I haven't even moved. To make sure she got enough rest, Fu Huaishan had pushed the wedding back by 3 hours. While she slept, hundreds of people worked in near silence across the island. No one dared make a sound. No one dared wake the bride. The response came fast. Good. If you feel off at all, tell me. I'll handle the wedding logistics. Okay. They talked a little longer, then hung up. Sun Haochen and Jueyang sat nearby. They were today's groomsmen, both in white suits. The second brother Cheng put his phone down. Sun Haochen's mouth got the better of him. Brother Cheng, you've got less than 2 hours until you see your bride. Get a grip. What you should really be thinking about is how, once you're a family man, your bachelor days are over. Sun Haochen put on a pitying look. You think Brother Cheng is anything like you? Jueyang's cool voice cut in. Keep messing around and you'll end up a lonely bachelor. Will stop inviting you out. Sun Haochen shrugged. Please, the eternal bachelor who never settles down is always in demand. Brother Cheng said nothing. He reached into his suit's inner pocket and pulled out a palm-sized box. A flick of his wrist, and the box flew like it had eyes, straight toward Jueyang. Jueyang caught it one-handed. Your early wedding gift. Brother Cheng's voice stayed low. Jueyang opened the box. Inside lay an aged key, nothing else. The moment he saw it, Jueyang shot up from his chair. A flash of excitement crossed his handsome face before he steadied himself. Thanks, Brother Cheng. It's just a key. I'd say Brother Cheng's turning cheap. Sun Haochen shrugged. But hey, I get it. Now that his wife controls the money, he can't afford much. He hadn't noticed anything special about the key. The other two had no intention of enlightening him. They simply grabbed glasses of champagne and stood by the window, drinking. Waves crashed against the beach in a steady rhythm, their hush like nature's own melody for the wedding. The solemn, sacred march began. Its graceful notes, like music from heaven, wrapped around every guest. The ceremony officially started. The crowd turned their eyes to the striking couple on stage before thousands of guests. The pair shone like two brilliant stars, radiating happiness. The officiant stood center stage, smiling, his voice warm and dignified. Groom, do you take this beautiful woman to be your wife? To love her, to cherish her, in sickness and in health, never to forsake her, for all the days of your life? Do you so promise? Brother Cheng stood tall in his crisp suit. His deep black eyes, like a fathomless lake, gazed tenderly at Yun Shu. His voice came low and unwavering, as if he wanted the whole world to feel his love for her. I do. I will love her and protect her, life after life. Yun Shu looked back at him, warm tears glistening in her eyes. Beautiful bride, do you take this handsome gentleman to be your husband, in sickness and in health, never to forsake him, for all the days of your life? Do you so promise? Yun Shu quietly studied the man before her, the man who had saved her the first time they met, the man who had always stood by her side, no matter what. I do. I will marry him and never be apart, life after life. Her voice rang out clear and steady. Brother Cheng ignored the rest of the ceremony entirely. It was as if only he and Yun Shu existed in the world. The moment her words fell, he lowered his head without hesitation and kissed her fiercely. The sudden move stunned the guests. Then Sun Haochen jumped to his feet and started clapping. His applause was like a fuse, igniting the entire atmosphere. The guests snapped out of their shock and joined in. The scene exploded with joyt. The same moment, a wall of multicolored fireworks shot into the sky like magic. Brilliant bursts of color bloomed, painting a gorgeous backdrop behind the kissing couple. And thousands of pink balloons that had blanketed half the sky released as if on command. They floated upward, tinting the blue sky a romantic pink. 10 helicopters rose slowly. Beneath them hung massive banners inscribed with Brother Cheng's promises to Yun Shu. The banners fluttered in the wind, displaying his love for all to see. This wasn't just a wedding. It was Brother Cheng's stage to declare to the world his love for Yun Shu. Every detail had been meticulously planned, all to give her the most perfect, most romantic wedding, and all of it was broadcast live by the Fu Group's new media team. When the wedding scenes hit Fu Corporation's official Weibo, they instantly caused a sensation. Photos and videos spread across the internet, becoming headline news. Netizens watched the grand ceremony through the official channel, moved by every promise, and flooded the feed with blessings for the couple. The romance and spectacle of this wedding captivated everyone. Night fell. Lights flickered on. The entire island was bathed in dazzling fireworks. Colorful bursts lit up the dark sky. Like a beautiful painting, turning the island into a dreamlike wonderland. Yun Shu stood by the window of their bridal suite, quietly taking in the view. The fireworks' glow reflected on her face, making her smile even brighter. The corners of her mouth lifted in a sweet, happy curve. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Yun Shu turned. Her eyes landed on the doorway. Brother Cheng wheeled a cart slowly into the room. It was piled with all kinds of delicious food. "Wife, you hungry? I brought you something good." He stopped in front of her and spoke softly. His voice was low and husky, laced with a hint of alcohol. Yun Shu smiled and shook her head. "Not really." Her eyes swept over him. His face was slightly flushed, and a faint smell of alcohol clung to him. "Baby, have you been drinking?" Brother Cheng nodded. "Yeah, had a few, not too much." His arm slipped around Yun Shu's waist, drawing her close as they settled on the edge of the wedding bed. He picked up a dessert from the cart, scooped a spoonful, and lifted it to her lips. "Eat something, my wife." "Okay." She parted her lips and took the bite. She hadn't felt hungry before, but that first taste lit something inside her. Her stomach growled. Hunger flooded in, sudden and sharp. Yun Shu started eating in earnest. With every bite, the uneasy knot in her stomach loosened, replaced by a warm, quiet comfort. She paused and looked at him. "You're staying in here with me while all those guests are still out there?" Fu Huaishan smiled, soft and unhurried. "Juiyang and Ji Hongxian are handling it. Tonight is our wedding night. I'm staying right here with you." He'd already had a few drinks earlier. With Yun Shu pregnant, getting drunk was never on the table. "Want more?" He looked at her, his gaze full of open tenderness, and lifted the bowl of bird's nest soup she had every day. "Just a little more." His smile deepened. "Okay." Out in the banquet hall, the energy still burned bright. Lights blazed, glasses clinked. Juiyang and Ji Hongxian wove through the crowd, their glasses endlessly refilled and drained. Within the hour, Ji Hongxian was smashed. An attendant guided his swaying form back to his room. Juiyang could hold his liquor better. He'd had plenty, but he was still mostly upright and coherent. Just as he decided to tap out, Liu Ting materialized at his elbow and led him to his room without a word. Outside the bridal suite, Shen Wanzhong and Ma Liu stood guard. Minutes slipped by. The clock crept toward midnight. Shuzong Yuan and the others still hadn't shown. Ma Liu checked his watch. Again, and again. He kept glancing down the empty hallway, muttering under his breath. Shen Wanzhong, why isn't young Master Shu here yet? It's already this late. Did they just forget about the wedding night pranks? They'd been so fired up about crashing the suite earlier Emma Liu had been waiting, ready to enjoy the chaos. Shen Wanzhong stood rock still, face carved from stone, and shot him a look. You looking for a beating? Ma Liu deflated a fraction, but the grumbling didn't stop. The boss told us to stand guard. Does that mean they're really not coming? Shen Wanzhong stared at him like he was the slowest man alive. The boss told us to stand guard to keep troublemakers out, not roll out the welcome mat for their games. Ma Liu knew he had a point. Still, a wedding night with 0 pranks felt a little flat. But if there's no hazing, doesn't the boss get off way too easy? Where's the thrill in that? Shen Wanzhong rolled his eyes. You want excitement that bad? I'll open the door. Go on, prank him yourself. Ma Liu choked on his own spit and shut up. Meanwhile, in the guest wing, the very men Ma Liu had been waiting for, Xu Zongyuan, Shangfu Muse, and Sun Haochen, were staring at the checks in their hands, grinning like fools. Why bother with wedding night pranks? Fu Huaishan had handed each of them a check worth tens of millions. That was a hell of a lot more fun than stirring up trouble. Man, my brother-in-law is seriously generous, Xu Zongyuan said, already singing Fu Huaishan's praises without a drop of shame. Shangfu Muse nodded along, emphatic. Yeah. We already scored big just blocking the door, and now he hands us checks like it's pocket change. Fu Huaishan treats us this well. No way we're going to be third wheels. Absolutely not. Fu Huaishan marrying my master, that's his good fortune. Sun Haochen had knocked back a few and was drifting into tipsy honesty. Damn right, my sister is one of a kind. Fu Huaishan's the lucky one. She didn't marry up, he did. Exactly, he married up. Shangfu Muse raised her glass high. Another toast to our boss, your sister. The other two lifted their glasses without hesitation. The drinks flowed. They got so wasted that later, none of them could remember how they made it back to their rooms. Inside the bridal suite, the air was warm and still. Pink curtains hung soft. The carpet was plush underfoot. Every small, delicate detail hummed with quiet joy. Given Yunshu's pregnancy, the night didn't follow the usual heated script for newlyweds. Fu Huaishan cared for her with nothing but unhurried tenderness. When they finished eating, they moved together to the window and watched the fireworks bloom outside. Brilliant colors burst across the night sky, spreading like luminous flowers. It stole her breath. Yunshu watched in silence, a soft smile resting on her lips. Fu Huaishan wrapped his arms around her from behind, letting her warmth seep into his chest. Time slipped by. When her first yawn came, he knew she was fading. He smoothed a hand over her hair and murmured near her ear, "Let's get some rest, my wife." She nodded. They held each other as they crossed to the bed and lay down. They'd skipped a few of the traditional wedding night rituals, but Fu Huaishan didn't mind at all. He knew their life together was only just beginning. Countless beautiful days stretched out ahead of them, waiting to be lived wrapped in each other's arms. Fu Huaishan and Yunshu drifted off, their dreams full of quiet hope and the steady pull of tomorrow. For a full 30 days after the wedding, Fu Huaishan shut down his entire operation. He poured every second into Yunshu, and they took off on a honeymoon that circled the globe. It might sound exhausting, but he had it planned to the minute. Yunshu never felt a hint of travel fatigue. Whenever they stepped out, She barely had to walk. A luxury car or a private jet was always waiting, carrying her to every destination in seamless comfort. A tea every meal. Huaishan handled everything himself. He chose the restaurants, served her food, peeled her shrimp, wiped her hands. He even tasted each bite before she did, checking the temperature, the seasoning, making sure it was perfect. He picked out her clothes every day, matching each outfit to the itinerary and the weather. Every night, he drew her bath, set out warm towels and her favorite products, and let her sink into total relaxation. The sightseeing schedule was entirely Yunshu's call. The second she showed a flicker of tiredness, Huaishan cut the outing short and brought her back to the hotel. Soft bed, warm blankets, he made sure she could recharge in peace. And if she craved something, no matter how late or how far, he found a way. He hunted down local specialties, pulled strings to get her favorites delivered, and made sure she tasted the best of every city. Yunshu was brimming with happiness. After more than a month, the private jet brought them back to the capital. The day they returned, Master Fu, Shenwanzhong, and Shangfu Muse all planned to visit. Fu Huaishan rescheduled every single one of them. His reason: Yunshu needed rest and no disturbances. Even when Yunshu insisted she wasn't tired, Fu Huaishan overruled her. This man spoiled her endlessly and almost never denied her anything. But when it came to her health, he was dead serious. So, at his insistence, Yunshu rested for nearly a full week. After that, friends and family were finally allowed to see her. Her face had softened, her morning sickness had faded, and everyone was genuinely thrilled for her. Time flew. Before she knew it, Yunshu was 3 months pregnant. That day, the doctor came for her regular checkup. After a thorough exam, he praised both her physical condition and the baby's development. Hearing the good news, a massive weight lifted off Fu Huaishan's chest. Night fell, and the city lights flickered to life after dinner. Fu Huaishan took a slow walk with Yunshu through the garden, then headed to his study. A mountain of work had piled up during his time off. Critical decisions were waiting for his review and signature. Yunshu went back to the bedroom to rest, but as she lay in bed, the doctor's words from earlier kept looping in her mind. She lay there thinking, and then a sudden impulse sparked inside her. She got up and walked into the bathroom to end the study. Fu Huaishan was buried in documents, laser-focused. His pen moved across page after page, signing off on decisions. His phone lit up on the desk, ringing and shattering the silence. He glanced at the screen. Instantly, he stood, grabbed the phone, and strode toward the door. "Baby, what's wrong?" he said as he moved. Yunshu's voice came through, tight with urgency. "Honey, come to the bedroom quick." Fu Huaishan's chest tightened. "Okay, don't worry. I'm on my way." He hung up and broke into a near jog down the hall. When he pushed the bedroom door open, the room was empty. He frowned, unease twisting through him. "Baby." No answer. His pulse kicked up hard. He checked the walk-in closet, scanning for any sign of her. Empty. He stepped out and caught a faint sound coming from the bathroom. Alert. He headed straight for the door. Locked. He knocked, voice sharp. "Baby, are you in there?" No response. "Step back. I'm breaking the door down." His mind raced through worst-case scenarios. The thought of Yun Shu hurt in there sent his heart hammering. He braced to force the door open. "Honey, don't break it. I'm fine. I'll be out in a second, just wait." Yun Shu's voice stopped him mid-step. "Okay, take your time. Be careful, don't slip." Relief flooded through him. Inside the bathroom, Yun Shu was flustered. She hurried to dry off, silently kicking herself for the bad timing. If she had just waited a few more minutes, everything would have been perfect. She walked to the mirror. The pink lingerie against her skin was striking, her cheeks flushed warm, and her heartbeat quickened. Yun had given her this set a few days ago, saying it would add a little spark to their marriage. At the time, Yun Shu hadn't thought much of it. She and Fu Huaishan had always had a great relationship, but since the pregnancy, he had been so careful with her. Even on their wedding night, he had held back, terrified of hurting her or the baby. Thinking about it now, a sudden impulse surged through her. Tonight, she decided, she would give Fu Huaishan a surprise. She took a deep breath, steadied herself, and picked up a lipstick from the vanity. She applied it carefully, the bright color making her lips look even more inviting. She let her hair down, the dark strands falling past her shoulders in a lazy, alluring wave. Everything ready, Yun Shu reached out, turned the lock, and slowly pulled the door open. The moment Fu Huaishan's eyes landed on her, he froze solid. "Honey." Yun Shu's voice drifted like a feather, soft and delicate, brushing against Fu Huaishan's ears. He froze, his whole body going rigid, his gaze pulled toward her like she held an invisible string. She wore a thin silk slip dress. The hem barely grazed her upper thighs. The pale pink fabric made her skin glow, luminous and impossibly fragile, irresistible. She was past 3 months now, but only the faintest swell showed at her belly. You'd never guess she was carrying unless you looked close, but pregnancy had reshaped her. Her figure had turned softer and fuller in all the right ways, with curves that could put a lingerie model to shame. All of it wrapped in that whisper of pink silk. She stood sideways near the door, casual, natural. But the picture she made stole the air from his lungs. Bare legs, slim ankles, perfectly shaped toes, every inch of her drew him in. She leaned forward just slightly. That tiny shift pulled his eyes from her narrow waist down to the gentle flare of her hips. He forgot how to breathe. Then she walked toward him, slow and measured, until only half a step separated them. Her hands rose as if under some quiet spell and came to rest on the buttons of his shirt. A smile flickered at the corner of her lips, warm as spring sunlight, bright enough to undo any man. She tilted her head back and met his gaze, tender, intense. "Wife." His voice scraped out hoarse, "You're pregnant." Before he could say another word, she pressed one slim finger to his lips. "Honey, you heard what the doctor said today." The meaning was clear. Her health was excellent. The baby was developing perfectly. The first trimester was behind them. She was stable now. Her fingers went to work as she spoke. She worked the buttons free with deft, practiced movements. Point 1, point 2, point 3. Each one released, more of his chest came into view. Tanned skin gleaming under the bedroom's warm gold light, raw, masculine heat radiating off him in waves. Every muscle stood in sharp relief, carved like a master sculptor's work, broad shoulders, chiseled pecs. The ridged rows of his abs, just looking at them made her ache to reach out and feel all that hard, taut strength beneath her palms. Wife. His hand caught her wrist. Gentle but firm. He held her there. His breath came fast and hot against her ear, sending a tingle straight through her. She lifted her head. Her eyes were already hazy, a thin mist clouding her vision until everything looked soft and unfocused. Her heart hammered. She was nervous. Do you know what you're doing? His voice had dropped low and husky, with a tremor so faint she almost missed it. That cool, dark gaze of his had burned down to pure heat now. Fire pooled at the bottom, hot enough to swallow her whole if she got too close. She looked into those stunning eyes and nodded. I know that I want to spend our wedding night with you. She said it slowly, deliberately, letting each word land. Fu Huaishan's body was already a powder keg. Her words lit the match. Heat roared up through him, blinding and fierce, threatening to burn them both alive. Wife, are you sure? The question scraped out of him, barely leashed. Yunshu didn't answer with words. She wrapped both arms around his bare, muscular chest and held on tight. He read her instantly. One long arm snaked around her slim waist and pulled her flush against him. His other hand cradled the back of her head. For one heartbeat she felt nothing but safety. Love him. Then he bent down, and his lips brushed hers hot, like fire. The kiss started soft, tentative, but it deepened fast. It crashed over her like a sweeping tide, stealing her breath and leaving her trembling beneath him. When he finally pulled back, he bent low and lifted her into his arms, as careful as if she were spun from glass. With steady steps he carried her to the wide bed and eased her onto the soft sheets. Her body gave a small, answering bounce against the mattress. His eyes burned as they traced over her delicate skin. His breathing roughened, the desire inside him blazed higher and hotter. Kisses rained over her skin, each one a spark that lit a brand new fire. Under his touch her body grew feverish, her breathing hitched, fast and shallow. The rest of the world dissolved. There was only him. Only them. From the moment he'd learned she was pregnant, Fu Huaishan had held himself back. He knew those first 3 months were fragile. One wrong move could hurt them both, as though even on their wedding night, and all through the honeymoon, he'd never pushed past that line. Every time he wrapped his arms around her warm, sweet-scented body, he'd lie awake all night wanting her desperately. But her safety came first. The baby came first. Now she was the one inviting him in. The pregnancy was stable. At last he could let the worry go and give himself to her without reservation. Show his wife exactly what a wedding night ought to be. They tangled together through the deep hours of the night. Love surged between them like an endless tide, rising again and again, sweeping them both away. Honey? Fu Huaishan slid his hand gently over the woman beside him. A soft flush still colored her cheeks. Baby, sleepy, she murmured, eyes shut, the words coming out in a sweet little slur. The storm of passion had passed, and now exhaustion was dragging her under. She couldn't even lift her eyelids. Okay, babe, go to sleep. He got up, walked into the bathroom, and filled the basin with warm water. After soaking a towel, he came back and began cleaning her with slow, deliberate strokes. He wiped her forehead, then her neck, then every inch of her skin. His touch was impossibly tender. The truth was, Fu Huaishan wasn't in much better shape than Yunshu. Even though they could finally share a normal married life, he never let himself forget her condition. Somewhere deep in his mind, A line stayed pulled tight. He had to satisfy her needs while guarding her health. It drained him, mentally and physically. Once he finished, he dressed her in a fresh set of pajamas so she could sleep comfortably. Then he climbed into bed, pulled her sleeping body into his arms, and let himself sink into her warmth. All the fatigue inside him slowly dissolved in that softness. He closed his eyes, let the stillness settle over him, and followed her into a deep sleep. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the curtains and scattered across the room. Yunshu stirred, stretching slowly. Every muscle ached, and her throat was parched like she'd swallowed fire. She sat up, grabbed the glass on the nightstand, and took a few sips. Honey water, perfect temperature. The sweetness slid down her throat, soothing the raw ache. After drinking, she noticed her pajamas weren't the ones she'd worn to bed. Images of the night before came rushing back, hot, desperate. Her cheeks flamed. Fu Huaishan must have changed her. Her heartbeat kicked up. Just as her feet touched the floor, the bedroom door swung open and he walked in. Awake, babe? Yeah. I've slept enough. She studied him. He was in a perfectly tailored suit, posture straight and tall, his handsome face showing zero fatigue. If anything, he looked energized. She frowned a little. Are you heading to work or coming back? He smiled. Just finished a video conference in the study. He shrugged off his jacket and tossed it onto the couch. Yunshu shook her head, amazed. Late to bed, early to rise. And still no sign of exhaustion. The man was a fountain of energy. He went into the bathroom, squeezed toothpaste onto her brush, and filled a cup with warm water. When she walked in, he held them out, but she didn't take them. Instead, she said, Fu Huaishan, go to the office. His brow furrowed. You don't want me here? She shook her head. No, I don't want you working yourself into the ground. The baby's stable, and there are plenty of maids to take care of me. You've got a mountain of work at the conglomerate. If you keep hovering at home, the backlog is going to bury you. She couldn't stand the thought of him staying up late every night after she fell asleep, drowning in work. He let out a low chuckle, unconcerned. It's fine, babe. Don't you trust your husband's abilities? Her expression went cool. She just stared at him, silent. The silence said everything. 2 seconds later, he answered fast. Yes, I'll head to the office this afternoon. Only then did she smile. Fu Huaishan had already cancelled the day's meetings, and Shanishwan had been looking forward to a slow afternoon. Just as he was about to lie down, a phone call blew those plans apart. Grumbling under his breath, he trudged downstairs. At the bottom, he ran into Sun Huaishan. Shanishwan grabbed his arm like a lifeline. Didn't the boss say he wasn't coming in for a while? Why the sudden change? Sun Huaishan's expression didn't shift. Madam told him to. Got it? Understanding dawned. A wicked grin spread across Shanishwan's face. Oh, I see. So the boss is officially henpecked now. Sun Huaishan's face stayed blank, but the corner of his mouth gave the faintest twitch. Shanishwan dug himself deeper. Our boss used to be so tough and unyielding. Now that he's married, he's scared of his wife. Without a word, Sun Huaishan pulled out his phone and held it up. I recorded that. I'll play it for him when I get the chance. Shanishwan's eyes went wide. He clamped his mouth shut and didn't say another word. After lunch, Yunshu watched the Rolls-Royce pull away. She couldn't help smiling when she remembered the look on Fu Huaishan's face. A pouting husband she'd just banished from his own home, completely unwilling to go. She was still in her first trimester, with no real discomfort, but he insisted on hovering every day with the conglomerate's endless workload if he kept staying up late night after night. His health would eventually crack. That's why she'd kicked him out to the office. When the conglomerate's senior executives saw Fu Huaishan stride in that afternoon, they were stunned. Their boss hadn't been seen since the wedding. Was he here because the company was about to make a major move? What none of them knew was that their boss had been ordered to come to work by his wife. In the days that followed, Fu Huaishan went to the conglomerate every morning, but he always left early, just so he could make it home in time for dinner with Huaishan. Business dinner. No social event could keep him from those meals. And as long as he wasn't burning the midnight oil on work, she had no reason to complain. While he was at the office, Yunshu stayed home. She read, played with Xiao Bai, or simply relaxed. Sometimes Shangfu Muse and Ji Hongxian came by the mansion to talk and catch up on life's little moments. She also made time to visit old Master Fu at the family estate, playing chess, sharing meals, soaking in that warm grandparent and grandchild bond. Life was quiet and easy, and Yunshu was completely content. A professional caregiver and nutritionist tailored her exercise and meals every single day. That made her pregnancy surprisingly comfortable, not miserable. Time slipped by without her noticing. Before she knew it, Yunshu had entered her third trimester. The due date was less than a month away. Her belly had grown noticeably larger, but unlike many pregnant women, the rest of her body hadn't swollen from behind. You could barely tell she was expecting. One weekend, Huaishan dropped by the mansion to mooch a meal. He brought several bags of baby toys, claiming they were gifts from an uncle to his future niece or nephew. Yunshu played with them for a bit, then told him to take them upstairs to the nursery. A few minutes later, Huaishan came back down, curiosity all over his face. Yunshu, did my brother-in-law set up the nursery? Yunshu was eating fruit. She nodded. Besides the construction, he arranged everything inside. And he'd done it way ahead of time. Everything in there, from the crib to the tiniest pacifier, had been chosen by Fu Huaishan after careful consideration. She hadn't lifted a finger. Both rooms? Huaishan pressed. Right, your brother-in-law said it's better to prepare for a boy and a girl in advance. Brother-in-law has a serious bias. Huaishan muttered under his breath. Yunshu knew exactly what he meant. She said lightly, your brother-in-law prefers girls over boys. I know guys like girls better these days, but this is way too much. The girls' room is gorgeous. I saw real diamonds in there, and the boys' room, it's basically a bear cell. If it weren't for the crib, you wouldn't even know it's a nursery. Yunshu laughed. Your brother-in-law says girls should be raised like princesses. Boys are fine with whatever. When she saw the rooms herself, she'd been even more shocked than Huaishan was now. The favoritism had no limits. The heir to the conglomerate, poor kid. She remembered that back when their family was only middle class, Shen Wanzhong had treasured him like a jewel. How could Fu Huaishan treat his own son like he was nothing? No way. I have to be extra nice to the little guy. It's too pitiful. Imagining a little boy sleeping in that empty nursery made Huaishan's heart ache. Yunshu watched his worried expression and couldn't help laughing. For the next week straight, Huaishan kept adding things to the boy's nursery. Packages arrived at the mansion almost every day, in his words. He wanted his little nephew to feel the love from his uncle. The most important moment was finally here. That day, everyone was on edge. Yunshu's due date had come. The weather was perfect, sunny with a gentle breeze, like the heavens had prepared it especially for this day. Huaishan accompanied Yunshu as she checked into the VIP suite at the hospital. The room was spacious, bright, and warmly decorated, all designed to keep her comfortable during this critical time. Huaishan had stopped working a week ago. He set aside all business and obligations to be by her side without distraction. He barely ate or slept, focused on only one thing: making sure Yunshu and the baby were safe and healthy. He followed her around like a hawk, never relaxing for a second. He asked constantly if she felt any discomfort, if her stomach felt different, but compared to his tension, Yunshu was remarkably calm. She went about her normal routine, eating, watching TV, occasionally asking to go downstairs for a walk. "Honey, I'm thirsty." She sat on the hospital suite sofa, watching TV, holding the pastries he'd just bought. She didn't even glance his way. "Okay," his deep voice answered. Moments later, a cup of water at the perfect temperature was placed in her hand. "Honey, my back hurts, get me a pillow." A few seconds later, a soft pillow appeared. Yunshu leaned forward without looking, and the pillow settled right against the small of her back. "Honey, my foot's a little numb." Before she finished, Huaishan walked over, sat down, lifted her legs onto his lap, and started massaging her feet. Huaishan stood nearby, jaw slack with disbelief. His brain couldn't process what he was seeing. Huaishan, the head of the conglomerate. Forget his background, just his legendary track record in business would make anyone bow down. And now, at Yunshu's command, he'd turned into an all-purpose servant. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Huaishan wouldn't have believed it even if someone paid him. Everything the babies would need was already prepared at the mansion. Old Master Fu kept sending truckloads of stuff to the house. Now everyone was just waiting for the little one inside her to decide it was time. Visitors came and went in waves. Phone calls came one after another, but Yunshu, whose due date was today, showed no signs of going into labor. The doctor checked several times. She still needed to wait. Yunshu immediately wanted to go home, but Huaishan talked her down. A due date didn't guarantee she'd give birth today, but it also didn't mean she wouldn't. If something happened on the drive home, or in the middle of the night while she was asleep, that could be disastrous. So on the first day of her due date, their young mistress spent the night in the hospital. Huaishan, terrified he'd miss the baby meeting his awesome uncle, checked himself in too that night. Yunshu grew sleepy and drifted off. Huaishan stayed by her bedside, monitoring her temperature, checking on her constantly. He never even took off his jacket. He just stayed there, not daring to drop his guard for a single moment. The next morning, the hospital director arrived early with a full medical team in tow. The head of obstetrics, the lead surgeon, the floor's head nurse, they put Yunshu through a complete workup. Machines were wheeled in, test after test, one assessment after another. When the results came back, they caught everyone a little off guard. She wasn't in labor yet, but the director didn't want to take chances. He advised against discharging her. Yunshu immediately turned moody. She pushed to go home. Fu Huaishan stepped in, coaxing her in that low, steady voice of his until she finally gave in. At by noon, the room had filled with visitors. Master Fu showed up first, his face tight with worry as he asked how she was doing. Shangfu Muse and Dr. Jiao arrived soon after, and the suite hummed with voices. Yunshu sat at the center of it all. One person asked if she felt anything in her belly, another wanted to know what she felt like eating. Through all the fuss, her expression stayed calm and steady. No nerves, no discomfort, not a hint of strain. The nurses rotated through on a VIP schedule. She was the wife of the hospital's largest shareholder. After all, a VIP among VIPs. They checked in like clockwork, tracking her vitals, keeping everything on course. The hours slipped by. Everyone stayed until the sun sank below the horizon and the sky turned dark. Then one by one they said their reluctant goodbyes. Fu Huaishan refused to leave. Flat out refused. He'd already taken leave from work, he said. And he wasn't going anywhere until he met his son or daughter, so he stayed right by her side. His heart was racing faster than anyone's. The joy of becoming a father hadn't shown up yet. He'd devoured stacks of material on childbirth, knew the process inside and out, and every account of a difficult delivery haunted him. Childbirth was walking through the gates of hell. One wrong turn, and anything could happen, so his heart stayed lodged in his throat. Outside the room, 2 bodyguards stood guard, not daring to relax for a second. They were braced for any emergency, ready to do whatever it took to keep Yunshu and the baby safe. Night fell. After dinner, Yunshu suddenly wanted to go down to the hospital garden for a walk. Fu Huaishan grabbed her water bottle and coat without a word, then followed her downstairs. The VIP suite was nice, but it was still a hospital room. The air had turned stuffy. The moment they stepped outside and breathed in the garden's fresh, green scent, Yunshu felt the weight lift from her shoulders. They strolled along the garden path, soaking up a rare stretch of quiet. Fu Huaishan walked beside her, handing her water every few minutes, draping his coat over her shoulders whenever the breeze picked up, afraid she'd catch a chill. Before they knew it, 2 hours had slipped by. Yunshu seemed to have lost all sense of time. She was still drinking in the soft evening air, showing no desire to head back. Eventually, Fu Huaishan had to gently coax her toward the room. She had barely stepped inside, hadn't even reached the bed, when a sudden rush of warm liquid gushed down her leg. The shock caught her completely off guard. She froze mid-step. Yunshu, what's wrong? Fu Huaishan noticed her pause, his voice tight with confusion. A flicker of surprise crossed her cool features, but she pulled herself together fast. She drew a deep breath, steadied herself, then slowly lifted her head to meet his eyes. Honey, I need to tell you something. Don't panic. Fu Huaishan's heart seized. A cold dread flooded through him. He squeezed her hand, his voice urgent. What is it? Well, my water just broke. Before she could get the last word out, all the color drained from Fu Huaishan's face. His gaze dropped to the floor. When he saw the clear puddle spreading beneath her feet, his whole body began to tremble. Get the doctor, now. His voice cracked with panic. He swept Yunshu into his arms, rushed her to the bed, and laid her down as gently as his shaking hands would allow. She knew he was terrified for her, for the baby, that was why he was losing it. She spoke softly, trying to soothe him. It's okay. Fu Huaishan my water just broke. I don't really feel anything yet. But even as she reassured him, his anxiety didn't ease. His brow stayed furrowed, his hands gripping hers like he was afraid she would vanish the second he let go. Just then, a bodyguard burst back in with the doctor. The medical team moved fast, running a series of checks. After a thorough evaluation, they confirmed Yun Shu had entered the first stage of labor. Fu Huaishan stood off to the side, his handsome face frozen exactly the way it had been the moment her water broke. Yun Shu noticed how rigid he was. She tried to lighten the mood. Honey, don't worry. I feel fine, and the baby's being so good. He nodded, but his expression didn't budge. As labor progressed, her cervix began to dilate. The occasional ache in her lower belly was still bearable. When she reached 4 centimeters, the doctors decided to move her to the delivery room to prepare for the baby's arrival. Before they wheeled her in, Yun Shu turned to the attending doctor. Keep an eye on Fu Huaishan. His way too nervous. Fu Huaishan's face was just as pale, his heart hammered just as hard. I'm nervous too, Yun Shu, watching you go in there. It scares me. Don't be scared. Just wait. I'm coming out with your little one. He nodded hard. Yeah. She turned to Fu Huaishan, still gripping her hand, and gave him a sweet smile. Honey, wait for me. Fu Huaishan's throat constricted. He forced the words out. I'll be waiting, wife. She watched the delivery room door swing slowly shut, sealing her away from the outside world. Fu Huaishan's tension spiked even higher. His heart thundered, his hands clenched into fists. A storm cloud seemed to hang over him. Inside the delivery room, the contractions came harder and faster. The mounting pain signaled that the birth was near.